everybody, and welcome to our special brunch time session of Known Realms Tolesh. Before we get started into our adventure proper, we are going to be introducing our phenomenal cast of adventurers, starting with Angie.
Hello, hi, I'm Angie. They, them pronouns. I play Zio, and I have my coffee not at an exceedingly bad time of the night, and at a normal time of the day. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for... Lou!
Hello, my name's Lou. You can find me at Resilient_art most places. She, her pronouns. And I play Lapis Lazuli. This is a Lapis Lazuli stone.
Thank you for being here. I'm glad the mice didn't get you. And Zen.
Hi, I'm Zen. Any and all pronouns. Find me at ZenMeta or MXMeta. And I have 2 Trenta peach ice cream tea lemonades today.
Ooh. Yeah, dose of them. 2s of them. Incredible. Thank you so much for being here.
Your mom lets you have 2 Trenta? Your mom
lets you have 2? And
60 ounces? Sorry.
Don't do math.
60 ounces? Fuck, that was really good. And Josh, he set up so early.
Hi, my name is Josh, aka TheGovnar. He, him pronouns, even pronouns as well.
Pronouns.
What are pronouns? I can be found on most places at TheGovnar, TheGovnar. I'm also an innkeeper at the Welcome Inn. I make a bunch of D&D 5e content. I'm on podcasts and all those sorts of things. And my corporate synergy making fact is that I have 2 left hands.
Those pronouns, I'm very proud that you have them.
Wait, go back. You 2 left hands?
What? What crazy
Show
shit
us.
did you just say to me, Zen?
Wait, you 2 left hands are being ghostlighted.
That's insane. You're saying insane shit right now.
I'm being ghostlit by a mist man.
Last but I'm gonna fucking have a stroke, dude. Last but certainly not least is Button. Oh fuck.
Hello, my name is Button. My pronouns are they, them.
Level 3.
Fuck off! I love you.
I love you too. You can find me on Bluebluebutton on social media. My little fun fact is that there are roses on this teacup, and I like it very much.
Yep.
And you can find me here on Sundays playing an the other I one, Unearthed Inheritance. Where am I? On Sundays. That's it. Bye.
That other I one.
Time warp
Starts with a U.
The word inheritance is in there.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, we are in. I thought we were in rare form last week. Holy fuck, was I wrong?
Wait, what are we doing? What is this?
2 left hands.
Am I making 2 rights?
No. Yeah, no.
Hey, we're not playing Dungeons and Dragons today. We're just doing this for 3 hours.
It's jazz hands.
Look at our hands.
Look at our hands. Oh fuck. Hi everybody.
Sobbing tears.
My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet. I'm foundable on Instagram, Twitter, Twitch at CommuneDM. I am the Archivist here for Known Realms Tolesh. And then I'm also a player in Unearthed Inheritance every other Sunday. Yeah, Josh got it in one merch. There's merch available. We got some comfy, cozy merch. Socials are the best way to stay in contact with us and see what we're doing and when we're doing it. I posted a fun little clip of some of the memery that was happening last time. So please go ahead and go check out those socials. We have an open community Discord if you want to come hang out and enjoy these disgusting feral vibes with not only the cast, but people that enjoy the show as well. And huge, Josh, I'm going to fucking kill you, dude. And huge thanks to Sant. Please go off. Please. You fuck. Soundtail. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna give you another bitch. Soundtail's great. We love Soundtail. They have an array of sound. Just seeing it. Stop doing it, please. Soundtail's great. Check out Soundtail. It's a whole lot of fun. And then yeah, so that's that. I don't want to be alive anymore. Merch. Fuck. All right. Just for this, I made our recap this week 24 pages, so we're gonna be here for a while. Alrighty. Is everybody ready to play some Dungeons or Dragons? I said Dungeons or Dragons. I don't want to be here.
We play Dungeons or Dragons.
Dungeons or Dragons. All right. In our I need silence from all of you. In our last chapter, If Friends Can Be Like You, we found our party within the Whittemore Estate, being met by knocks on their doors. The estate staff informs the group that Elizabeth wishes to talk with them about a particular task. On their walk to the lady's office, they all discuss names for Lazuli's Vox Seekers. Vox Seeker 1, visiting Lucian, and the topic shifts harshly when Zio and Niv inform their companions about their connection to the Bright Fury murders in the lower block. I was just recounting how abruptly that happened, and I laughed. Sura and Echinacea plead for clarity, and after some dodging, Nivien gives them the name Sly. Concerned about a number of Sunwall agents in Iothalor, Echinacea, Lazuli, Nivien, Sur, and Zio arrive in Lady Whitmore's office. Elizabeth is sitting at a large desk, tired and rifling through paperwork, 5 seats awaiting the group as they enter. Zio opts to sit on a desk. Elizabeth allows it. Elizabeth then informs the party that she's caught wind of the hospital being constructed within the lower block. She wishes to officially sanction the group to work on this project. The group happily accepts this offer, especially after hearing that Elizabeth and other politicians within the city will be allocating funds to said hospital. It seems that the Lady of Iothalor is reclaiming her mother's vision of leadership. As this conversation comes to an end, the tone shifts considerably as the group informs Elizabeth of the Bright Fury murders. When Nivien is pressed to provide the name of the individual responsible, Zio interjects, stating that it may not be wise to have Nivien give this information. Echinacea chimes in, informing Elizabeth alongside some party members that Sunwall can watch Nivien at will via a brand on their neck. Upon learning this, Kaelin is called to cast Remove Curse as he is already within the estate. Awaiting the cleric's arrival, Elizabeth leaves to retrieve some items from her quarters, as well as tea and breakfast for the group. Echinacea asks to come, and the lady welcomes it. That was I phrased that weird. Sir following silently. Don't nod and say yes. I will fucking kill you. Fuck you. I saw it out of the corner of my eye and I got so angry. On this walk, Echinacea informs Elizabeth about the non-detection amulet that Casimir is making, noting that it'll help keep Lucian out of the Academy's vision. The Aasimar then inquires about the location of the deceased Bright Fury members' effects. Lady Whitmore informs them that they reside within a guard outpost within the Arms District. Sir and Echinacea then share a conversation via message about the name Sly, both Nivien and Lucian having mentioned it before. After processing the question and options, Sir speaks aloud to Elizabeth. He stresses that both her and Lucian's safety is more important than ever. At the name Sly, Elizabeth chuckles with a bit of recognition. She has seen the name in Lucian's writing, and it is clear he was infatuated with Sly, in spite of her cruel treatment of him. Sir asserts that monster is not the right word for Sly, sociopath being a much more fitting one. Once Elizabeth's items are retrieved, she hands them to Echinacea, as it seems they and others in their company will be seeing Lucian before the lady feels able to. The group makes their way back to the others. Back in the office, Zio sits on the desk, Nivien contemplates their emotions and current situation, and Lazuli snoops. The fairy finds mundane legal documents, a writ of marriage between Elizabeth and her late husband, and letters from the lady's mother Celine. After a moment, Sir Echinacea and Elizabeth return, Kaelin not far behind. At being called breakfast yet again, this time by Zio, the drow tells Niv that the two of them need to talk. The man then moves in to remove the curse from Nivien, which he does successfully. The Blood Hunter is now free from Sunwall's vision. As they talk about the repercussions of this action, the party settles in for breakfast. During this time, a genuine and appreciative conversation is had between Zio and Lady Whitmore, the two seeming to find some common ground. Echinacea recalls a surname that Kaelin gave in the Lore Keep, an indicator of his Zendrixian nobility. With their breakfast complete and goals for the day set, the group begins to set off for the hospital. Echinacea decides to linger for a moment alone with Elizabeth. The two talk about the hag Viola, Hagrod, and how this disease came to the Whitmore line. With Viola's location known, Elizabeth officially asked them to look into this hag. Echinacea just replying, "Consider it done." Now out in the streets of Iothalor and headed toward the hospital, the group notes the community-wide effort to assist. Musicians play songs in the honor of Lady Whittemore, excited for the resources being sent to the lower block. Members of the city guard walk alongside people, guiding and helping where possible. The air is light and eager, change just on the horizon. As this is being taken in, Nivien is met by the voice of Sly. The two share a heated conversation, obviously struggling with accepting responsibility, change, and what they have done to survive. With Sly on the defensive, Nivien offers her the same treatment. Her curse can be removed as well, only when she proves herself trustworthy. Nivien states that they miss Sly, the voice of their paramour now gone. At the hospital, the group splits to complete their own goals. Echinacea and Kaelin work to teach the volunteers present how to make potions and locate the botanicals necessary in the off-season. Sir and Nivien, for a time, work to bring in tables and other furniture. They assemble these pieces once inside. Lazuli flies around the construction site and picks up any slack she finds. Zio takes the time to pretend to work, and that quickly gives way to him teasing his new friend Declan. Nivien follows and looks intimidating, so they are not bothered. After some Mask of Many Faces madness, the cheeky tiefling reveals themselves. Declan then tells Zio that they will be helping him deliver hands out to the people in the area. With everyone engrossed in their work, the tone begins to change. The party begins to experience a Feywild bleed. 2 ogres and 2 mothfolk are displaced to the material plane. Sir hears voices of 2 individuals in Sylvan state, "This will be a good place for it, and we have some theories to test." Then, Sir hears an arcane explosion. With the creatures of the Feywild running amok, the party moves into combat. With a strong setup, the party conducts themselves as a true unit for the first time. Now more familiar with each other's skills, abilities, and each other in general, Echinacea, Lazuli, Nivien, Sir, and Zio make quick work of the creatures of the Feywild. Zio harries the ogres, offering their allies a chance to take advantage of the openings it creates. Sir utilizes his otherworldly abilities to shield his allies and deal massive damage. Echinacea delivers magical balms as well as impeccably timed utility with their diverse spell list. Lazuli capitalizes on her speed, flight, and fey magic to control the field, while Nivien rushes in and delivers vicious attacks onto their enemies, their blood magic on full display. Echinacea and Kaelin work all the while to keep one of the mothfolk alive for questioning. They succeed in that goal. As combat ends, the group moves in to interrogate the remaining mothfolk. Zio departs to take Declan to safety and ensure that Sir is not put in an uncomfortable position with his lost family. Echinacea moves to question the entity now known as Herald. God, it's such a good name. They learn the following. A group of Shadow Fae used a rag war machine to create the bleed. The runaway prince in Lockhinge is actually a Fae lord called the River King, who fled after his husband's infidelity. And that the winter courts are in ruin. Coleata has been on the material plane for about 50 years. With a deal made for Harold to reside peacefully in the woods, he flies off, his ego and body heavily wounded that day. We then find Zio and Declan walking through the city. Declan admits that Zio and their companions' actions were extremely cool. The young smith opts to venture around the local streets and inform anyone hiding, like he was, that the area is safe. Declan thanks Zio and informs the tiefling that he'll be seeing them around. Before the two split, Zio reminds Declan not to be afraid of making friends. In response, Declan says that if friends can be like Zio, he is much more comfortable. As Zio returns to the party, that is where we ended our chapter. Today is Tridae, the 13th of Elate, and now your story continues. So we are going to pick up right where we left off. Everybody has... Zio, you have met back up with the group. You are in the streets of Iothalor, bodies of these ogres, and 1 mothfolk remaining on the ground. It is yours.
Tridae the 13th. Sorry, I got excited.
So that was a lot.
Yes, this Tridae has been quite trying.
Guys, thank you so much for tuning into this brunch. Fuck you, Josh. That made me sad.
Do we see the doctors who had fled?
Do you see the what?
The doctors who had fled during the combat.
You see them. You see them still heading away from the scene. Yes.
Come back.
Okay. There's a one of them, who is definitely the hobgoblin that you had spoken to, just sort of looks, kind of surveys and nods. You see as she sort of gives some calm to the group around her as they all begin to make their way back to you all.
This is an opportunity to learn some emergency medicine. They will gesture to Nivien and Kaylin. Did anybody else get hurt? I don't think so.
I don't think anybody else got hurt.
On the wrong character sheet.
Oh, no.
Rothos the volunteer.
We'll go to Nivien. Do you mind people practicing medicine on you?
Not at all.
Kaylin?
He kind of touches the 3 large gash marks on his face. No, actually, that would be quite delightful. Thank you so much.
Good. And they'll draw those 2 and whoever else wants to follow to where they were practicing medicine initially.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
And I want to work to give them, wherever these trainees are at, whether they're not proficient or half proficient or proficient, I want to help move them along toward greater proficiency.
Yeah.
So could I assist them in treating these wounds to give them advantage?
You absolutely can, and I want you to roll me an intelligence check just to see how this teaching goes.
Non-medicine? That's fair. That's actually fair.
Yeah.
18.
Your DC is 15. They all move up a proficiency point.
Wow!
But I will just roll for the group, just because the individual... so this is for non-magical healing. The group did roll an 18. So Nivien and Kaylin will heal. Ooh.
Plus... Oh, what level are they?
So they are now proficient.
So they were half proficient or not proficient?
Yes, half proficient.
Okay, so add half of their proficiency bonus to whatever you roll.
So 8, 10, and then so you were healing for 12 points of healing. Nivien.
Are they still looking
Kaylin.
fucked up?
Kaylin's pretty good.
I'm
got,
100% better.
5 hit points remaining.
Perfect. They will try to heal the rest of Kaylin's then, and just stitch up his face, and they'll continue this as training.
Absolutely.
It was 15 plus 9.
Yeah, absolutely.
24.
You heal him for your expertise, so you heal him for that amount.
That is send help. Ah!
2d8,
which ones are D8? They're also sparkly.
2d8 double your proficiency, I believe.
My brain. Ooh. 10 plus 4. 4. Yeah, 14.
14. Yeah, he is back up to full. You take the time and sort of help clean up the stitches that have been applied to his face and neck. And it is very clean work. You chalk up the remaining hit points to experience and the fact that these are individuals that are learning. But yeah, you absolutely help this group of about 8 to 10 fledgling doctors up their non-magical healing proficiencies. Absolutely.
Well done.
Thank you very much, Echinacea. Appreciate that.
It's important.
It is. And you see that all of these doctors go about like talking to each other about the process. There's this air of excitement in knowing that there are resources here to help and that they can have these resources to further that help.
Did I get the hobgoblin's name? It's not in my notes.
Oh God, I don't.
They'll look to her. What is your name?
Loretta.
Loretta, could you head to the Order of Herbalists and see if they have any resources they would be willing to give?
That makes all the sense in the world, of course. She looks at the doctor. You can follow me, see what the process is like at the Order of Herbalists, and when we need to pick up things in a pinch. And they all begin to move. All right. Absolutely.
They're doing that for a while.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I feel like Lazuli is gonna want to check out the dead ogres if they're still there.
They're still there.
She's kind of like pensive.
Sure.
And is like kind of like almost like tugging and like tightening and like fiddling with the sash that she bought. And she's gonna see if anyone. I'm gonna like also let this be an opportunity if anyone wants to join in on that investigation. She's kind of looking around, obviously like not wanting to go alone, but is curious. So if anybody wants to perceive that, or
Sir is just standing there, stoically doing absolutely nothing on what appears to be a vigil, but not a particularly useless vigil or useful vigil. Christ almighty, guys. A useful vigil. I got there.
You got there.
And I think after a considerable amount of being disconcerted, Sir will go, Lazuli, is something the matter?
Are you interested in the ogres at all? Or this do we know it's a bleed, or is it? Can I say bleed, or is this?
We discussed it.
Have you discussed it? I mean,
yeah, because
I don't.
Echinacea
think so.
was talking to them.
I did,
and I shared that I heard voices.
Yes, you, Sir, heard the conversation with Harold.
And you said that I could assume it was a Fae bleed.
I did, yeah. So you could relay that information, absolutely.
Do we? Yes.
Well, I suppose this is akin to those bleeds that we have been discussing. I heard voices, as I mentioned, to Echinacea.
Voices.
Interested? Are you wanting to look at them?
Yeah. Yes. She's like grabbing her book, but it's kind of like she's just like I'm not sure. So
let us proceed ahead, and he like slowly like takes flow initiative.
Okay. So should I roll like a perception check for just checking out, or investigation?
If you're diving in and investigating, make an investigation check, please.
Okay.
Welcome in, Raiders. Hello.
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 I still have inspiration from last time. Does that carry over?
It does.
Might help him as well.
You are, so this would be an advantage.
And then, okay, so give it. I get to keep the higher number, right?
Yep.
Okay. That's still like a 13. I'm nervous, I guess. I'm not on my A game.
You're fine. I'm sorry, what was that? What did you get? 13. Yeah, it is hard to stay completely connected given the feelings that you had in relation to these beings and where they came from. You see the ogre's strong forms and the wounds that led to their deaths, but there's really nothing outside of the fact that they are ogres from the Feywild and they are now dead in front of you that really sticks out, unfortunately.
Okay. I'm gonna sketch them a little bit.
Okay.
Just kind of observe, like take notes, but they're like not as intense. Like whenever she's observing like human culture, it's like, oh my gosh, but this is just like, it feels like an obligation. This is new knowledge that she can't not record, but there is no joy in it. Like she's just like,
yeah.
That makes in a little sense. Bit. And then I think she's just for flavor. She's going to cast, let's see, Primeval Awareness, just to see kind of like, is there more? Like she doesn't fully understand.
That is within a mile.
Yeah.
Well, you get the normal undead ping from Sir.
Right.
You.
There's another undead ping, isn't there?
There is. There's another undead ping. You can feel it coming from the Whittemore Estate.
And then Lazuli is just gonna go all white. And I don't know if Sarah's gonna pick that up.
I'm sorry. You've just changed colors. Is something the matter?
Her like hand is gonna like jut out, like, and it's gonna be like, cause she's small, so it's the lightest thing on his like thing. But she's just gonna be like, there's something that we don't know about. I don't know if Elizabeth is aware of it or not, but there is something undead in the Whittemore Estate. You are not the only one. I guess from the Shadowfell? There's something weird. I cast Primal Evil Awareness to see if there's any other bleeds or fey but I got something that I did not plan to pick up.
Is Niv pinging on this?
No. They are not fully a vampire.
I suppose we should inform the others, and then, unless they have ideas, move very quickly back to the Whittemore Estate. Hurry now. And he attempts to when the children are panicking, and the dad is panicking as well.
Yeah, you're trying not to let off that you're panicking.
But he's trying to not.
Quickly, we will say Zio and Niv. Obviously, sir, yes, at this point in time, you are gathering these around. And Echinacea, did you go to the Order of Herbalists with them? No, okay.
No, I delegated.
Just making sure. So you're witnessing this as well, but I just want to check in with Zio and Niv first, just to make sure if there's anything you guys want to do in this time, because this is all happening at the same time.
I feel like all this would have been happening in tandem with Zio taking Declan to
So
safety.
you're just coming back.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
skipping their way into the area.
Okay.
Zio,
yeah.
they're kind of like, Zio, come along with us now, please.
Okay.
Love that. Okay, and then Nivien.
I think they would just want to do a quick check for any traces of Sly after that battle, and just to see if she's keeping tabs on the party, if she was there, but then join up with everyone.
So give me an investigation check with advantage, as this is Sly, and I will allow you an additional history check.
Historic moment this is.
Okay, 15, and then for history...
15.
Ooh, for history, 22.
Oh, that's what we're talking about, baby. No signs of Sly here. Obviously, you had the conversation with her in the streets of Iothalor. Lou, you're muted in the captions. Sorry, I just noticed it and I had to say it, or else it would be stuck in my brain. With a retroactive history check of 22, you said? You've had these feelings, these perceptions of being watched. You have not been able to catch the source over the last couple days. Given the conversation you had, the information that is in your mind about her as a person, she has absolutely been watching you and your group. Even going as far to sit within the Whittemore Estate or around it and look through Lady Elizabeth Whitmore's office.
So in the way that I would have a hunch that she is there now?
If that is a conclusion you are coming to now as Zen, I imagine that is a conclusion you can come to as your character.
That is the conclusion that Nivien is coming to.
Okay.
So I think that they would probably want to go look for her.
Okay.
And I think that they would alert the party first.
Please, go for it.
I have this feeling. I felt that we were being watched for some time. I believe Sly may be nearby, and I think it may be best if I try to go find her and talk to her.
Would coincide with a possible signature of undeath radiating from the Whittemore Estate.
Well, that does make sense.
Okay. Echinacea takes out their sending stone. Casimir, can you get to the Whittemore Estate?
I think as Echinacea does that, Sir turns and then full tilt just begins running.
Yeah, they run after him.
They're just sprinting.
You hear Absolutely. And as you're able to see, because I imagine at this point you guys are all moving back toward the estate, you see out of the red feather this man with blue draconic wings out of a window, flying full tilt, electricity.
That's my dad!
Trailing off of the wings. He is absolutely making his way there. Okay, and I need...
Vampire in there.
Vampire noted. You see as he begins to move his hands, like even from this distance, right? You're able to see as like these arcane sigils begin to mark his arms as he is preparing himself for whatever is coming, as he just flies forward. Okay, I need everybody to give me athletics checks with advantage. You have the information. You know how important this is. You're all moving together as a group. Advantage, please.
Natty 20!
Yeah!
That is...
I rolled a 17 for a total of 16.
Hey, that's still great.
26.
Is it athletics you said? Or
Athletics, yeah, or acrobatics, I'll say. You can retroactively do acrobatics if that is better for anybody.
Then 18.
Even better.
17.
17?
Alec, do you mind if I do a flavor with a natty 20?
Absolutely not. Just let me get the rolls from everybody quick.
10.
Okay, so you're
18.
trailing a little bit. You're trailing a little bit, but you're maintaining a decent pace. You're probably about 4 paces behind everybody.
Okay.
Okay, Josh, give me this flavor, baby.
Little short
Sir is running, and as he does, I think like you begin to see him. He's moving so quickly, he begins to kind of shudder and shift out of the shape of the armor slightly, not to the extent of it's collapsing. And as he is running, a cart cuts in front of them at an intersection, and the armor drops away for a moment, and he passes straight through it. And as the cart continues, the armor kind of almost like it's magnetized, follows back and clashes into his physical form. Is that allowable, DM? Sorry, I'm getting a little extra here.
Absolutely. You see,
completely unrelated to anything, but so you guys see this, yeah.
This ghostly form of Sir, you see as the armor sheds away as he moves, becoming incorporeal through this cart. The armor, all just pure magnetism, just latching back onto his form as he continues to just barrel forward.
Incredible.
Yes, Lazuli.
Very important question.
Uh-huh.
Does he still have spectral armor on when this happens, or is he naked?
He becomes... in this form, without any focus on maintaining his shape, he is just a amalgamous sort of misty,
I imagine
slightly humanoid shape.
Like a mannequin sort of like
there are arms to it, and but not a lot of like
a magical man fart.
It's a ghost.
Did you just call me a fart?
I did.
I deserve that.
No, you did not. No, you did not. All right, so all of you begin to barrel toward the Whittemore Estate. No problems ahead of you. You all... This button assessing the situation and going, yes, 2 left hands. All right, but all of you do make it to the Whittemore Estate. Where are you heading?
Elizabeth would likely be in her office, correct?
Absolutely, that would be fair. Yeah, it's not uncommon for her to spend the day in there doing work.
Are there guards at the front gate?
Yes, but they know you and they know that you are okay to be here. They don't stop you or hinder your advancement.
Beyond that, as Sir charges Thor, I believe. Alarm! Raise the alarm!
Raise the alarm! Raise the alarm! You see as 2 of them hit.
Great tiefling.
Great tiefling, slam these arcane stones as this around the estate begins to go off, and you see as these ducal guards begin to rise from their posts and move within the estate, following all of you. Okay? And you hear...
Does Elizabeth's room have a window? Her office?
Absolutely, yes.
Can we see it?
From this side, yes.
When we get 90 feet away, their Echinacea will say, "Sir, do you trust me?"
With my unlife.
That means a great deal. And they pop Vortex Warp and they put him in the room.
Have you cast Vortex Warp?
I have with Sir before.
Not with Sir, but yeah, please describe that for everybody.
This little botanical text comes out of their pocket and flips open to one of the last pages, and they just start snapping their fingers, and below Sir, these arcane sigils are opening wider and wider and wider in this glowing golden circle, and he falls through, and then you see a golden light as he falls into the room standing.
He's still moving. He's familiar with this, right?
Yeah,
I've done it.
Glaive manifesting from the golden light as he steps from the fall into the room.
Fucking sick.
Sorry.
All right, no, Echinacea, take a point of inspiration. I love that. Sir, you can take one as well with the I trust you with my unlike. That fucking so good. Okay, sir, you land on this balcony front and you see Elizabeth alone in her office.
Glance around. Anything
Give me an
in
investigation
proximity?
check.
Ooh, that's not bad for Sir. 15 plus 1. That's a 16.
Nothing up here. Crew, moving inside. What are you doing? Just moving up toward the office as well?
Going to check on Lucian.
Okay.
Nice.
That makes sense. I'll go with Nivien.
Okay, and Nivien and Echinacea split down toward the dungeons to check on Lucian. Zio, Lazuli, are you heading up toward...
I'm gonna fly to the window.
Okay, so you two are heading up to Elizabeth's office.
I will if Lazuli is flying. I have the Pearl of Power, so I have an additional spell slot.
You do?
So
You have boots of jumping too, right? Sorry to know.
Oh no, I was just gonna say to use spider climb.
Absolutely.
So cast spider climb, and then Zio running up the side of the building, and then Lazuli flying up.
Hey, the SEAL Team 6 like tactical maneuverability of this party moving when they think people that they're beginning to care about is in danger. I'm horny. This is incredible. Wow. Good God, this is so good. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Zio, you're running on the side of the Whittemore Estate. Lazuli, you are dashing forward. Echinacea and Nivien, you head the opposite direction, running down towards the dungeons. We are going to follow Nivien. Actually, we'll complete Sir's dialogue with Elizabeth first, just because we just got him up there. Sir.
I think he goes to the window and... Is it unlocked?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's not very secure, Elizabeth.
Sorry, sir.
He opens the window and steps in.
Oh, good morning.
I
afternoon.
apologize for my entry, most uncouth, from the balcony.
Don't apologize. I think it's quite heroic.
Thank you. We could believe... he's like stumbling over that. We believe that Sly is on the premises.
I heard the alarms go off, and you see that there are 3 guards standing ready in the office. They're just walking in as you're getting in there.
I will look around for any signs. He's like distracted through this whole engagement.
Absolutely. I'll say we can keep the 16 or you can roll again.
No. That's
the 16, the office is exactly how you left it. There is more paperwork on the desk just because Elizabeth has been getting into her workday. And it seems like what happened in the lower block you guys exited with such quickness, so swiftly, that the word of what happened hasn't even gotten to the estate yet.
The Fae, correct?
About the bleed, yes, absolutely. But you guys...
One more thing I will do. You see as the corporeal form lifts slightly from his body, and the head kind of manifests, and he will use detect good and evil to scan the room.
Sir's so hot.
Excuse me, divine sense.
Divine sense. And that's 60 feet?
60 feet, yeah.
Nothing in here.
Okay.
You're clear from celestial fiends and undead here. Obviously ignoring any ping from yourself.
Okay, celestial fiends, undead in here, and we know it was an undead signature.
You knew it was an undead signature, but 60 feet from this point of reference in the office, nothing.
Perfect. Then he just kind of takes up a position of defense.
Okay, you stand ready. Lazuli and Zio coming behind you, offering support to you, making their way as you stand ready. The both of you see that Sir and these ducal guard standing here are just ready, and I imagine you kind of follow suit.
Zio is going to remain post looking at the window.
Okay, cool. And Lazuli? Same thing?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And we will jump down to the two running toward the dungeon. Any conversation as you're rushing down here?
Into the sending stone. We're going to the dungeon.
I will meet you down there. You hear this crack of electricity as this swift turn is made. All right.
Nivien, what do you expect to find?
I don't know, but I just think we should check.
I agree.
I'm not sure if she would come down here, but he is at a disadvantage, and she does love to torment him.
All right. I'm going to put up a content warning.
Yeah, that makes sense.
For gore. As you guys descend, you see two of the guard posted outside to watch Lucien have been knocked unconscious. They have not been killed, but they are unconscious. The door left open. As you move in, you already hear the sounds of blood trickling and hitting the stone. Lucien's gate is still closed, but you see he is laid out on the floor. His body viciously cut, not in any place that will kill him. And give me investigation checks as soon as you enter here, please.
Ooh.
17.
17.
18 plus.
Okay.
Where's investigation? I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
7.
You both see Sly running down the hallway.
She needs to make a save for me.
Oh, God. Okay.
Con 15. It's not that hard.
Con 15?
Mm-hmm.
I rolled a 16 on the dice for an 18.
Okay.
I think Niv would yell out, Sly.
Immediate stopping. Looks. You can see blood dripping off both of her scimitars. She turns. The blood is all across her face as she just licks her lips.
Bonus action Fabled Healer at Lucien. He regains
Okay.
4 hit points plus 1 temp.
Okay. You see as some of these wounds begin to close. She looks. Sorry, darling. I just had to get some of the
you
stress
had
out.
to.
Yes.
Is that the vampire talking, or is the monster buried deeper?
Seems brutal even for you.
Well, maybe I'm understanding that I am the monster. Nivien, you can forget looking for a cure. I don't think I need it anymore.
You're happy.
I feel more alive than I ever have. The conversation of accepting responsibility, I don't want that. You hear whispered from the cell, "Fuck you," from Lucien on the ground. I can come back for you, sweetheart.
You will not. They're gonna go over to the cell, and how far back is he? They'll cast Healing Word.
His leg is touching, or his foot is touching the bar, so he's within reach.
Okay. They'll use their Phoenix Core.
Okay. Cast Healing Word.
Yeah, that
Okay.
is for 8.
8. Okay. Yeah, these wounds beginning to close more and more. Sly turning around.
Wait.
4.
Is the power greater than the cost?
The cost has already been paid.
Has it?
You're not like me yet. You have not paid it. You have the luxury of changing your mind. I do not.
You don't know that for certain.
Well, Doctor. I enjoy this.
Are you still sly?
Yes. And Nivien, it is clear that she is far more unhinged than even you've seen before. There is a break happening in this individual's psyche. This forced acceptance of their most monstrous self. And as you guys are having this conversation, you hear footsteps as lightning arcs in the hands of Aasimar. Are you both all right?
Yes.
Echinacea, you see a look that you've seen before as his vision turns to Sly, this sharp, cold, vicious look.
Do not kill her.
Softness returns as he looks toward you. Drop your weapons and surrender.
Do it, Sly.
I need a persuasion check from all of you.
Even the ones not there? Or
No. Sorry, just Echinacea. Oh, fucking Casimir's like, let me fight, dude. He rolled a 7.
18.
18. Damn. Okay. Nivien?
15.
You see as she's looking between everyone, calculating her chance of leaving here alive. Her swords drop. Wet blood hitting the stone. Pieces of Lucian slamming into cobblestone. Fine. Do what you will. Aasimar looks at the two of you. I can take her from here.
Sly, when you left those Bright Fury, was that your order, or did you decide to leave them that way yourself?
They said make a point. They did not tell me how to do so. So I suppose it was my choice, yes.
Alright. Take her.
Aasimar looks at you, Echinacea, almost for approval, understanding how difficult this process is for you.
Where?
She will not go to the Arcanum, but I will hold her here, find a space that's private, and just stay with her. I will not leave.
I know that you are very capable. I just do not like that.
Any other ideas?
Keep her here. We move the Whitmores. For the time being.
I understand. That makes sense. Well, are you able to unlock that cell?
Yep. They will go to the guards and heal both of them and ask for the keys.
Anatole wakes up. Oh.
Hello.
Hello, how can I help you? I'm sleeping. On the job, I will get fired.
You weren't sleeping. Oh, he heals for max 6.
Oh, perfect.
And then 1 temp, and then the other guy heals for 2, and then 1 temp.
Both of them, it's enough to wake them up. They were just unconscious. Yeah.
Okay. I need the keys to Is there a higher security cell?
Yes, and you know, both of you have seen a door at the end of the hallway that you imagine is a more secure wing. Is like an isolated. He doesn't even question it, given the array of what's happening and seeing, you know, Nivien readied, Sly surrendering down the hallway, Aasimar standing behind the both of you. He's like, I think he understands that this is above him at this point. It is the third key on the ring. Okay. He stands. I am going to go report to the Whitmores. Runs the other guard standing at the edge of the hallway.
Sly, this will not be permanent. I don't want to do this to you.
Niv breaks and is crying and sinks down the side of the wall.
She puts her hands up, wrists forward, slowly taking steps toward you and Casimir.
I sure as fuck don't have manacles.
Casimir does.
That makes sense.
He sort of looks. Watch your friend. Can I have the keys, please, darling?
I hand them over.
He sort of taps their shoulder, squeezes. I'm sorry. I owe you tea after this.
I owe you a great deal. And they will go to Nivien.
You both see as Casimir begins to lock Sly up. Sly, being the sneaky shit they are, stabs Casimir with a dagger in the leg. The man doesn't move.
I know.
He stands there and sort of looks down. You're lucky I'm turning a new leaf. He bats the tail as the dagger falls and walks her down into the cell, blood dripping from his leg, as she is dropped into a secure wing. Casimir coming out of the room momentarily as her screams, laughter, insanity rings through the hall. We'll come back to Nivien and Echinacea here.
I'm sorry.
Throughout all of the training and all of the drills, the treatments pitted against each other, she never lost herself like that. She's the only one. Now I'm scared.
I don't believe in giving up on people. You can make this right. They will take Nivien's hands in theirs. This is someone you care for deeply. We will take care of her.
Thank you. I don't want to lose myself like that.
I don't want you to lose yourself like that either.
I thought it was a choice.
Some choices have consequences beyond our control.
You've asked us about our preferences for being kept alive.
Yes.
If you see that happen to me, my preference is for you to end me.
I asked you whether you consented to being revivified. I do not end people. But I promise that if I see that happen to you, I will not stop until I have fixed it.
Thank you.
They'll just hold Nivien.
Casimir comes to the two of you, looking at Lucian. What do we do with him?
He needs medical attention. Which key is his?
Casimir kind of looks. Would be the first one.
Okay. They will unlock the cell and go in.
Lucian stands not stands, but he sort of sits up. He is weak.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Gashes across his midsection, his chest, his neck, his legs. And you're able to see through the rips of these clothing, amidst a smattering of tattoos, are deep and horrific scars already present from what you are beginning to contextualize maybe other moments like these. He sort of lifts.
I would like to treat you.
Eye is blackened. His lip is busted. All airs of brattiness, of shittiness, gone. Your help would be appreciated, good doctor. Blood just coming from his mouth.
Yeah, and they will take the time to first use just botanical medicine. Yeah, non-magical, and then see what's left, because I don't have a lot of magical.
Okay, yeah.
That is a 19.
Yeah, absolutely. And you 19 to do it?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So go ahead and roll your healing. Yep.
29 plus double 13.
He is back up to full.
Okay.
Between the fabled healer, healing word, and this, he is back up to full. The wounds are still present as they are quite vicious, but
yeah,
you can tell that he is stable and full.
If that's the case, they turn to Casimir and they heal him the rest of the way because he got stabbed in the leg.
He's like, oh, thank you. Yes.
Yes, of course. This for 7.
Okay, he's fine. He's back up to full. he just took a dagger to the leg.
We need to tell the lady what's occurred here. They'll look to see if any of the guards have left or if they're just milling about.
They have left.
Okay, good. They're probably doing that.
Yeah, they have left. Casimir looks... well, I can stay with him unless you want to bring him along. Yeah, I can stay.
Oof. Lucien, this is Casimir.
There is fear in that the recognition of that name.
I kind of figured. He's very good man. Don't try to fuck with him. It will end badly for you. We'll be back. And they'll kiss Casimir on the cheek and go. If Nivien looks
ready to go.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nivien is more or less recomposed.
As you guys begin to head back up toward the office, we will jump back to the office where the air is still much more tense. It is unsure what is happening. Lazuli, Zio, and Sir, what are you doing at this point? Nothing has come up. So are you just standing guard here?
I think Zio is...
Okay. Elizabeth will walk up to you, sir. I'm sorry that this keeps happening. Thank you.
There is no need to apologize, Elizabeth.
Her hand rests gently on the back of yours. I feel very safe. Looks toward you, Lazuli and Zio. Your help is very appreciated as well.
Lazuli just took a deep curtsy.
Okay. And with that, there is a knock on the door. ZenMeta told there's been a horrific development down in the dungeons with Master Lucien and I believe a few of your compatriots here. May I please enter?
Are they okay?
Oh, my heart. Yes, they are both okay. Lucien is heavily injured, but I believe that the doctor is taking care of it.
And has still been apprehended.
Sly has been apprehended.
Excuse me, sorry.
Yes. She, I believe, is residing in the maximum security wing of the dungeon downstairs. A man put her there. Believe a friend of your friends.
Casimir.
That does sound correct.
Very well. He kind of looks to Elizabeth. It's her call from here.
Elizabeth. Bring my brother to his room for treatment. And... yes, we will consolidate here. If Sly is secure, drop the alarm. Everyone is safe. I will have a conversation with those who have helped secure my estate. Right. You see as the guards begin to drop their attention and begin to move to the estate, kind of making sure that everybody is okay, doing their last rounds before meeting. And I will say, with Echinacea and Nivien returning to the office, that is where we're going to take our first break. Oh, that got heavy. Sorry, gamers. Remember when it was like, hey, calm brunch session? Sorry about that, guys. Oh, boy.
Lazuli coming in clutch, picking that up in the first
So good.
place, though.
I was just gonna be for flavor of like, oh no, what if there's more fairies? And then blah blah. It was almost like it was written. I don't know. It was just.
I don't write these before we play, so that's crazy.
No, but it's like a classic episode.
Classic episode surprise. All right, everybody, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you so much for tuning in to this special midday session of Known Realms Tolesh, and we will see you guys shortly.
Whoop.
everybody. Welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. You wanted calm, enjoyable brunch times? Fuck you. All right, so when we went to break, we had Nivien and Echinacea returning to Elizabeth's office. The group is now back together after a very intense engagement with Sly in the dungeons. Lucian heavily injured, Casimir assisting. The scene is yours.
So we have news.
Sorry.
Sly has been apprehended. She is in the more secure area of the dungeons. Lucian is okay. They'll look to Elizabeth. He's okay.
Sigh of relief. Yeah, definitely.
I know this is a difficult question to broach. Do we think that vacating the premises for a little bit might be a good idea?
Elizabeth doesn't understand. She's like, well, if you don't feel safe here, we can absolutely find another place for you all to go.
No, Elizabeth.
Oh.
A Sunwall assassin came to your estate to kill your family member.
It could have been personal. I don't know if that was an order.
That's fair. But now we have a Sunwall assassin imprisoned in your estate.
That could call for danger. We have extended family in Alden Gate. I am sure that we could go there for the time being.
Aasimar also has a cottage nearby.
Well, I don't wish to impede on your dear friend. And Lucien is okay.
I'm not going to pretend that there won't be scars.
I have ordered the guard to bring him to his room, so he can be tended to by our physicians, and yourself if you feel so inclined, Dr. Belrose. Sir, Zulizio, thank you for your protection. And I think very taking in the emotions that I imagine are still very present on Nivien's face.
Mm-hmm.
I am sorry for what the both of you, hand sort of touching Nivien's wrist. I'm sorry about what you both had to experience downstairs. I imagine it was horrific and dreadful, looking between Echinacea and Nivien.
I'm sorry for your brother's pain.
Thank you. What I can do is work with our Oracle and see if we can touch base with Alden Gate. They have access to sending magics, and I do not.
You have an Oracle?
Yes, every great city does.
I would be curious to meet this person.
I will see if she can come here and do the work, if that is something that interests all five of you. Yes, of course. We'll reach out.
Thank you.
Of course. In the meantime, is there anything else I can do for you all?
Does she know about the bleed yet?
She does not.
Lazuli's gonna step forward and be like, there's another thing that may take precedence.
Okay, take a fucking inspiration point. I love that. Wow, she just went through family trauma. Hold up a minute.
Episode titled, There's Another Thing.
And something else.
One more thing.
Fuck, that's good. Okay, continue.
Another reason in which the city may be unsafe, I do believe we experienced a bleed that came from the Feywild. And you'll probably be hearing news of this, but 2 trolls and 2 mothfolk. She's looking back at the team, just kind of like
2 ogres
blipped into existence, ogres. And we defeated them. Everyone's fine at the hospital that we were building, but it's becoming an occurrence that we've been noticing in many cities. So I don't know if lightning strikes twice here, but it's something that happened.
Did you all defend against these creatures?
Mm-hmm. She shows her a drawing.
Of the dead creatures?
The notes, yeah.
Yeah, she's just kind of like,
see?
oh. Okay.
I've been researching... Oh, I'm sorry.
No, please.
In researching planar bleeds, I've discovered that cold iron can mitigate the issues in planar crossover with fey creatures coming into the material plane. But you would have to be very careful with it, or it might injure people like Lazuli. But just as a means of containing what has happened at the hospital.
I think maybe what we can do is, I mean, we're a city built on a mining industry, and we've constructed an ore of iron and cold iron that does keep Fae safe within buildings that are reinforced with it. It won't harm them upon entry, but it is a means of warding unwanted individuals from entering.
Interesting.
So
It would seem from both an economic and tactical perspective, given increases in bleeds and posed threats, that it might be worth investing more in the creation of that metal. Adjusting.
we can work to make that alloy. It will, of course, take time, but I think the hospital takes precedence. So we will take the stock that we have and reinforce the hospital with it.
Yes, I think what Sir is saying is that for the sake of the rest of the continent, you could become the main export
Yes,
in that material.
I understand. I want to allocate the resources we have now towards the city and make sure that those that have been adversely affected today will remain safe, especially those residing within the lower block.
Is this something that the Oracle could help predict or understand? I don't understand their role, but...
They are deeply enigmatic even to myself. They are said to show possible futures, glimpses of the past, and frankly, above my political station, I don't understand why we have them. They are not much older than children when they are brought to us, and they are political liaisons.
Curious.
So I could ask and see if that is something she is willing to look into, but when I've asked for help in predictions, it has not gone well.
You say that, but you sent Sir to Sunwall. Or not to Sunwall, to Aldengate, the place where I was. I know things.
Our Oracle is new. I think she is still
see.
harnessing her abilities.
I see.
She is very kind and very good at what she does, but I am also having trouble finding correlation between what I've asked and my experiences, so maybe that is my own vision.
Returning to the hospital, since we are broaching the subject, given that there has been a planar bleed there to the Feywild, and it seems that some of their flora have materialized as well as fauna, we could create a botanical nursery there, and perhaps discover new plant life that could be useful in medicine.
I can talk to the foreman in charge of this. Do you have knowledge of these sorts of nurseries, Doctor?
Yes.
Well,
I will do that.
then your help in constructing the Belrose nursery would be appreciated.
Isle Thorn Nursery.
I quite like the Belrose nursery. It is a bit.
They look up at this woman and think about arguing. They're like, "No, I don't think I can."
A small thanks for the work that you have already put into the city in just a small time of being here, and the knowledge that you are bringing to said nursery, Dr. Belrose. You all do me a great honor. Yes, Zio.
This is not Zio speaking.
Hi, Angie.
Hi, this is Angie speaking. I was going to ask that at some time prior to where this conversation is now, if Zio could have tried to sneak away.
Oh, you want to leave? Yeah, we're gonna be a retroactive stealth check.
Because they want to go speak with Sly.
Oh no. Jesus Christ. Yeah, go ahead and give me a retroactive stealth check.
Okay.
Christ.
That's a 26.
Oh, God.
I cannot perceive that, no matter how high I roll.
Yeah. I will say, everybody, just give me a perception check. See if you notice, if at all humanly possible.
No.
God. I think the only one who is able is probably Lazuli.
I got an 18, so not that good.
Damn. Elizabeth is distracted. I'm not even going to roll for Elizabeth.
I was having the conversation being like, hey, did you know?
Hey, this also happened. Yeah. No. You, Zio, you sneak your little tiefling butt out of there. You spider climb back out the window and move toward the dungeons. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm moving in reverse.
Yeah. Okay. We will finish up this dialogue within the office, and then we'll come to you, Zio. Sound good? Perfect. All right. Well, this has all been noted and very helpful. I will reach out to family, see if I can vacate the estate for a bit, and we'll figure out what to do with Lucien. I hate... Maybe ask your friend Aasimar if his estate would be open, as I don't think family would be as accepting as Lucien, given his recent acts.
Aasimar has some unique insight into Lucien's situation.
Well, then maybe that'll be a good thing.
Gosh, there's so much to do. Do you know if the Bright Fury have been buried yet? The victims?
I believe that they have not. Autopsies were finished today.
I don't know where Kaelin went, but...
I believe he was assisting God downstairs.
Perfect.
Yes.
I believe he may be capable of something worth trying.
Okay. Anybody else? Anything?
I would speak with you privately.
Of course.
Goodbye.
All right, the rest of you leave the room before we have this conversation with Sir and Elizabeth. We're going to jump to Zio. All right, you've made it down to the dungeons. There are now 2 guards again standing post. Are you trying to break through the windows of the prison or go through the front door? How are you approaching this? Sorry, you're eating. I'm so sorry.
No, straight from
the front door?
They are not trying to sneak into the dungeon.
Okay.
They just snuck their way out of the room.
Out of the room. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But they're just walking up.
All right.
With the group.
This tall, portly knight, bald human man, looks a bit older. Crow's feet and laugh lines. He looks like a bit of a hardy individual. Oh yes, I believe I saw you upstairs. How can I help you?
With the prisoner.
Which prisoner? There are 2 now.
There's two? Wait, Lucian's not a prisoner anymore. Is he?
He is.
Wait, I thought he was moved to
Not
his
yet.
bedroom.
We're working on
Oh.
that now.
Well, chop chop, he's hurt. Needs assistance.
Give me a persuasion check. Chop chop. The dude needs help. What the fuck, my guy?
That's a 16.
Anatole looks ashamed of himself, and he's like, "Oh God, what kind of knight am I? This is look." One moment, he walks in. The door's open for you to walk through. You do see Aasimar, who you have seen before. He is talking with Lucian, more accurately talking at Lucian, while Lucian sits in a corner horrified of the man. He's sort of,
Yo.
Aasimar, Zio, good to see you. Where are you going?
I would like to speak with Lai.
Fuck. Okay, well, I will stand behind you intimidatingly, if you would not mind. She is quite sly.
I don't need to intimidate her.
It's more of a protective measure. You can tell me no, and I will not do it.
I can't stop you.
True. He hands you the keys to the door. Just the big door, not the cell door. Do you enter? Okay. You see a very tightly compact cell. Stone, bed, table, chair. There are at least niceties to the other, but this is like the fear here is any capable caster being able to make components out of what they find in these rooms. So there is nothing really here to grab. But Sly just sort of sits cross-legged and sort of looks down. Now you I did not expect to see.
Hello.
What do you want?
Oh, I was just wanting to look at you. I wanted to see who it was that killed my kin.
Well, take it in.
Special to Niv. Clearly.
As I thought they were special to me.
Or not?
I'd like them to be, but I think they need to regain that spark of who they were.
Niv now is not special to you because the Niv now is not the Niv who they used to be?
I believe they're being tainted by you and your friends.
Did. That's a strong word.
Which is why I said it.
Okay. Well, I guess I was curious to know what the purpose of killing my kinsman was.
It was an order.
Why?
They had something they weren't supposed to have.
Information.
They don't answer the question.
So that's all you do then? Follow orders?
I survive.
Do you
Snap
though?
from button?
Do you though? You survive?
I'm alive. Well, mostly.
A really sad way to be alive.
How sad can it be when it's all you know? I find comfort in my work. Revel in its artistry. Didn't they look so happy?
No, they didn't. So you're lying to yourself by saying that they looked happy.
I thought I made them look very happy.
Wouldn't want to share the information that they had?
I will not share any information because then I will have to kill you. And you are not on my list.
Even if it could help Niv?
It won't.
You think you could kill me?
I know I could. 3 of your kinsmen couldn't do anything against me. I don't think one young man could do any different.
Not my kinsmen.
I hope not. They were pathetic.
You're very presumptuous, you know that.
I have a lot of experience.
Oh. You know, I really thought I could get an answer out of this, but I just wanted to see who this was. Whoever you are. Whatever information it is that you are trying to keep, I'm sure at some point I'll find out. And at some point, maybe I'll get to see you again. Even if it's at the end of your blade. I'm not scared.
I can see that, and I am utterly impressed by your resilience.
Resilience?
Yes, I've seen weaker people buckle after seeing what I've done to their families, their friends, their kinsmen.
Lay our lives down. We know the threat of what we do. The same way that you know the threat of what it means to follow orders and do whatever it is that you do.
Well. Again, I am very excited to see you again, Zio.
I'm looking forward to it.
You hear in the back of your mind, Zio. Breathe deeply. Steady yourself. You will be all right. The first time you've heard Istris in a little bit. This warm rush over you.
Zio smiles, and then out loud, even if Sly doesn't really understand, just answers, "It's why I'm not scared. I have you with me." And then they turn around and...
Okay.
Walk.
And you head back. Alrighty. And we will... What was that?
Just skipping away.
Just skip it away. All right. You do see as you depart, Anatole and Casimir are helping carry Lucian. They're putting him into a bit of a stretcher as he's groaning, very visibly still in pain. He sort of looks at you, Zio, and just...
See. Hello.
Hello.
Looks so good.
I don't feel so good. I didn't get a chance to ask the good doctor, is Elizabeth safe?
She is. We protected her to the best of our abilities.
There's a attempt to mask, but a sigh of relief.
See. Are you thinking?
Take me away.
Are you changing your mind? And then
Anatole,
you're just gonna walk.
take me away.
And then just gonna walk beside them.
With any strength he has in his body, he plugs his ears with his hand. He's like, la 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 la.
No. Just like
Casimir's laughing the whole way up. And we will jump back to Sir and Elizabeth alone in the office. The doors close as everybody departs. She sort of looks at you, offers a seat. Please.
Kind of slowly approaches to make himself smaller and sits. And there's a sort of long period of pensive thought.
Mm-hmm.
And then he kind of looks up to Elizabeth and he says,
What do you perceive your duty to be?
She sort of just sits, leaning back on the desk. Not sitting in her chair, but maintaining closeness with you. Well, to uplift and protect the people of Iothalor. To rule this city with grace, kindness, and care. No matter the cost.
There is the rub.
What do you mean?
What will be the cost of doing the right things? There has been consistent choices made by myself and my peers to do the right things, but at what cost? As a soldier, I marched men to their deaths to do the right thing. We I am at an impasse here. The right thing, I suppose, is to hold Sly. What is the potential cost of that?
My life.
And that is something you are willing to gamble, then?
It's not something I'm willing to gamble, it's something I'm willing to give for the betterment of my city. Just as I imagine you will happily lay your life on the line for the people you care about, the people you walk through this world with. You are a band of 5. I'm a band of thousands. I sat long and willingly or unwillingly ignored the plights of half of those thousands. I will let you know now that I am accepting the offer to leave the city. I do so painfully, as I fear whose lives will be lost in my stead.
That leads me to my point, Elizabeth. I respect what my peers suggested, but I charge you with your duty to remain and to lead. I trust you to succeed as a leader and to keep yourself alive. You cannot flee from this, and you cannot hide, as you have said, from cowards such as Sly, fuck.
Syl is a very good name.
Yeah, it's good. And Lucian. And we will pursue redemption for them, certainly. But they are cowards.
Yes.
Their actions stand.
Well, between the agents of Sunwall within my city limits, the workings of hags near Lockhinge, and a turbulent world, I will weigh my options. The Oracle will make her way here, and I will communicate and see what best suits me in my city. I trust the word of you. I hold it close to my heart. And the words of your friends are quickly behind that. But your words and your kindness and your insight fill a void I did not know I had.
My companions are deeply wise. But I fear one thing they do not understand is the burden of leadership. In these few days, I've watched you grow. And every fiber of my being wishes me to tell you to hide. That is not your duty.
Thank you for keeping me thank you for thinking me capable. May I make an admission?
Of course.
I will be dreadfully sad the day you leave this city.
I fear that day will be soon.
I know. I wish for one tea time with you before you depart.
It would be my honor.
I will judge the words you said to me. I will weigh them in my mind and in my heart, and know that I will make the conclusion that best serves me and the people I am charged to protect. That is a solemn promise, sir.
Very well.
Good luck. Hand squeezes yours.
Returns the squeeze, slowly stands, does an awkward bow, backs out.
She curtsies, yeah, as you head out. Oh man, that one got me. Howie. Okay, we're back in the hallway. We'll say that given everything, as Lucian is coming up, all of you are met. That scared the absolute fuck out of me. Hi, Mark.
Hey.
Fucking Christ. I thought I was being haunted. Okay, all of you meet. Oh, hi, Mark. All of you meet in the hallway as you hear Zio heckling Lucian as just a la 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 la. But all of you meet in the hallway, Sir exiting. All of you guys, the scene is yours.
I spoke with Sly.
Are you all right, Theo?
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to get an idea of what to expect.
I think I know where to find your answers. But we need Kaylin. Think
Oh,
carefully Yes.
This is that thing you were talking about.
This is something different, something I can't do yet. We can ask Lucien different questions. But I believe we can question the Bright
Sorry, but
and find out what... I believe we can question your kinsman. 5 questions. All we need is 5.
Wait. How would we... I thought this was the thing about the truth.
That is something I can do. Kaylin can do something very different. I want to know what information they had on the Sunwall Academy. And I am aware that this information will paint a target on our backs. But I think we have a duty to learn what it was.
Well, I don't have a duty to learn what it was. I have not been tasked to learn what it was.
Then you don't have to.
We do, however, from a tactical perspective, and understanding our enemy, need to follow this line of inquiry. Would that put us at odds with your organization, Zio?
No, I just think that my kinsmen have already been disrespected enough as it is.
That is fair.
But
through doing what I suggest, we will also be able to find out how to contact their families or next of kin, so that they can be treated with respect.
Do you promise?
I'm so sorry, do I promise what?
Do you promise that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. We see as Lucien is carried into his room, the room that both Zio and Echinacea had been in before. Smattering.
Oh, my IOU's in there.
Yep.
I gave him the book.
You gave him the book already, but he's like, the fuck? That chest is moved. Who was in here? He's dropped.
That was me.
You fuck.
Boisterous for a dying man.
Yeah, he's trying. You hear a gagging on blood as he yells. But he is laid in his bed. Casimir walks out with Anatole, the two sharing a small conversation. As he's like, well, I will see you later then. Thank you, sir. Of course. A pleasure to meet you, sir. Good luck. Fucking shut up. It's like, he's not one for the small talk, that Casimir, especially with people he doesn't know. Kind of walks up to the group. I can stay with the Lady Elizabeth. Just as a means of protection while you all do the work that I imagine you have to do.
Would be greatly appreciated.
I've given Lucien his amulet. So he will be... non-detection will be cast on him. He will not be able to be perceived by divination magics, especially by that of the Sunwall Academy. So...
capital work.
One will have to be made for Sly.
Oy.
As I fear we find ourselves in the same predicament with Lucien. I will work on this. I will just need the night.
I may have offered Elizabeth something without asking you.
And that is?
In the event... Well, I don't know about the conversation that just happened.
Right.
Possibility of Elizabeth and Lucien temporarily staying with you?
Well... Lucien and I share a lot of commonality.
He recognized you.
That makes sense. I am a prolific figure within the Sunwall Academy. Nivien, Give me a history check, please.
16 plus 3 is 19. Yeah.
Casimir is an individual that was taught the art of torture within the Sunwall Academy, and he is a prolific teacher from the Sunwall Academy.
Oh, you're that Casimir.
Not anymore.
It seems like a lot of people from the Sunwall Academy leave and become different people.
Yes, it is an evil place. But that Casimir I was. Yes. May that paint your vision of me however it does.
I would like to paint my vision similar to yours. Perhaps we can talk sometime.
Of course. A friend of Echinacea's is always welcome. I will take Lucien as a ward. Once he is able to travel, he will stay with me in my home, and I will put him to work. My home is warded by the arcane, and I am quite the talented practitioner, so I believe I can handle him myself if things go awry. Not killing him, of course. Does anyone have questions or concerns about that? There's this air of confidence, and the teacher is very much being made known here. Wonderful.
No.
Well, I will reside. You will probably leave Iotholo before I do. If there are any updates in that time, I will inform you all of them. Thank you for your work.
Thank you for your generosity.
I'm retired. I have not much else to do. Sort of. Well.
That seems patently untrue.
Oh, so, sir.
I have seen you do more in the last few days than...
Well. I don't see it as work. I see it as things I want to do. I still remain retired. So, I will see you all soon. Best of luck. I will be working on that amulet for Sly as well, though I cannot force her to wear it upon her person. The work will still be done.
Thank you. Again.
Of course. Best of luck, and I will see you all soon. As Casimir departs. Fuck. Sorry, I just saw Lou's message in the...
I'm sorry.
I agree, Lou. I agree.
He is.
Lou just put, is Casimir daddy? But
I've been holding it in this whole time.
and Casimir departs. All right, what do you guys want to do? Are we heading toward where the Bright Furies are, or what is your plan for the day here?
I believe that once we gain that information, we will be able to question Lucien more effectively. The more information we have going in.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Though, Zio, I must confirm, you are certain you are amicable to this?
No. But thinking about it, after the way that Echinacea put it into perspective, I think their families have every right to know.
Mm.
So it is not my decision to make.
Okay.
And perhaps their deaths would not be in vain if the knowledge that caused them is shared.
Well, once it's shared, apparently we'll all be part of Sly's list. whatever that means.
Luckily, she.
I would love for her to have a reason to come at me.
Daddy? Sorry.
Daddy? We're surrounded by daddies.
Agonesia's like, there are too many daddies.
And then Ishwar's coming to town.
I know.
Ishwar's gonna be here tonight.
Daddy. No, daddy.
Okay, but Ishwar is like the softest daddy of the bunch. The rest are just daddy.
Ishwar
We'll
Daddy's
see.
coming
To
to
town. He sees you when you're asleep. Sorry.
Oh, Ishwar.
Who
I'm
doesn't?
getting major
Hello?
deja vu right now. I don't know why, but like.
Lou, are you in the captions? Because you're not coming through.
I'm not muted. I'm just
Is it the right mic?
soft-spoken.
Okay. With that confirmation that King, with that confirmation that Zio is feeling more comfortable given Echinacea's parsing of the situation, are we moving toward finding Kaelin?
Yes, please.
Okay. Easy enough. The man is hard at work. He is in his full armor regale, sort of moving between these knights of the guard. It is this stained black armor with an eye of Ioun emblazoned in blue on his chest. He has this ripped, tattered blue capelet, and alongside at his side, a mace on the other side and a shield on his back.
Archivist, what time of the day is it?
At this point in, we're deep in the afternoon. It's probably 2:00 in the afternoon at this point.
Real.
So, since it's not the morning, Niv, would he be supper?
Would he be supper? It's just the way you.
Him.
Supper,
He does look like a snack.
Oh my
or like
God.
a late lunch.
A tea time, biscuit.
I have the feeling that I'm being talked about.
A biscuit.
I am so sorry.
My name is Kaelin. You can call me Kaelin. Any sort of meal, I am not.
Hello,
There-
Kaelin.
Hello. Is everyone safe? I heard that there was a bit of hubbub earlier.
More or less.
Good.
Everyone is safe. We have a question to ask of you, and I will understand if the answer is no.
Please, ask it.
They've spent multiple nights learning cleric spells from him.
Yeah.
The Bright Fury who were murdered. They know things that Sunwall does not want people to know. And I am familiar. With the
Sorry, Lou,
magic
you are
you
Genshin
capable
clicking
of.
so fucking hard right now.
Yeah.
Could you mute? I'm so sorry. Ooh, sorry, button, continue.
No, you're good. I was like, where'd my brain go? I know that you can speak with them. But I know that in asking the line of questions I would like, everyone involved will become targets of the Sunwall Academy. So I understand if you do not want to.
I am in opposition to the Sunwall Academy. Why not make it open? Absolutely. This information is important and closure should be given. So, you have my spellcasting abilities at your disposal.
It's an honor.
And after this, I can put them to rest via ceremony. Zio, if that would be acceptable to you, send them off respectfully.
I would help how I can.
Funeral rites and everything.
I would like to assist with their burial and with the burial of the Fey creatures who were jettisoned here. It turns out that they did not come specifically to attack us. It was more of an accident.
Well, we can absolutely do that this evening. I will then just only be able to remove Lucian's curse tomorrow. I will not have the ability to do so tonight.
Thank you for how generous you're being with your magic.
That is why I was given the magic to use for others, not myself.
Thank you, Kaylin.
Of course. All right. Do we know where they're being held?
Just at the guard outpost, right?
Just at the guard outpost. They were performing just surface level autopsy. They're not like splayed open or anything like that, but
That's
just
good.
like, yeah. Okay. So you all head towards the outpost in the arms district?
Yeah.
Okay. Any conversations on the way?
Niv. Go ahead. Oh,
I actually want to talk to Niv. Zio wanted to talk to me.
yeah. And then Niv would like to talk to Sire after that.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Sly said something about you when I asked.
What was
They
that?
said that they are essentially what it boils down to is that they are upset with the person that you are now.
Yes, I suppose I have changed since the last time I spoke with Sly.
They blamed us. They said that we tainted you.
There's a compliment in there.
Is there?
Our training, the treatments that we went through, they were in part to strip our humanity from us. And I thought that it was to make us more powerful, less vulnerable. But now I see that it was leading to something truly monstrous. I thought I was more committed to that than Sly was, but I'm mistaken.
I find it really interesting that to what you both went through, the way that you see it is stripping yourselves of humanity. Well, of that. I wouldn't say humanity, but I guess morality, right?
Yes.
But there has to be a certain level of emotion and affection for someone to care about another person and to maybe even hurt over the loss of that person.
Sly and I were very close. I would have said are very close as of earlier today. But we were always taught to fear nothing of the days when we would lose each other eventually. And yet I did.
I think she did. She does. I think she does too.
I
And
hope so.
she doesn't want to admit it. Since apparently you have to lose your humanity, morality, or whatever else thing that makes you who you are.
You're offering them a great deal of compassion and understanding after what they did.
I like to understand people. Or at least try to. I think I failed a little bit with Lucien. I was angry at Lucien the most because of his relationship with his sister. I think that hit a nerve more than anything. But I think Echinacea made a very good point when we had a conversation, you know. Kind of made me think differently a bit, made me realize that I was being biased. But Sly, I wanted to understand because clearly she means a lot to you.
She does. And I would like to see them in the same light that I did before, and I'm shocked to have changed how I feel about what they've done. I've done similar things, not to the same level of gruesomeness, but I'm just surprised right now.
We are all product of moralities. But I do want to know if you believe what she says is true. Do you think we're at fault for changing you? Does that upset you in any way?
There is a part of me that considered myself to be expendable, and that part of me sought out power and usefulness and control. And since I have met you all, that has become less of an interest to me. So, in a way, she is right. But what they do not consider is that I appreciate it.
You thought of yourself as expendable. Is that what they do? They make you believe that you don't matter?
You become a weapon, and there is a preparation for becoming a monster. And there is dehumanization in frequent medical treatments that leave you to feel less than you are, but I don't know. I don't know what the point is, and I haven't asked the right questions of my makers yet.
Well, I think the change that happened with you is that you realize that other people aren't expendable either. This is how you're not expendable. Don't think I don't forget the way that you left me in those vines when we first met.
You wouldn't let me cut them off of you. I didn't know what to do.
There's always an answer to something. Always an answer to a challenge.
I wanted to have a conversation with Sir, but I'd like you to come with me if you don't mind.
Okay.
Hello, Sir.
Oh! Hello, Zio. Nivien.
I'd like
It's
to
a
ask...
mighty long walk, is it not?
It's lasting quite a while.
Fuck.
So,
I'd like to ask a favor sometime. You're a man of a great moral code.
I suppose so.
And yet a soldier. Someone who's taken many lives.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you to give me classes on morality.
Sir, the etiquette coach?
Well, we know I don't know etiquette. I panicked over that. There's a book out there somewhere that I need to read.
I am always willing to help, though I must admit, the memories of my exploits as a soldier are ghosts, so to speak.
Capital.
They
I'm sorry.
are. I will do my best to advise as I can. I am certainly happy to try, though. Well, perhaps it's less me telling you the way to do it and working with you to find what is right for you.
So perhaps I can come to you with questions of morality before I take action.
I would expect the same of both of you for myself. Lest we all forget, I presumed Lucian was a murderer.
Well, he is. Just not in the way you thought he would be.
It was a leap that I am guilty of.
Touché.
I
understand your point, though.
am not infallible, but I am certainly happy to provide a juxtaposition, a sounding board. Nivien.
Thank you. I will take you up on that.
And you will do the same for me.
I will do my best.
Capital.
I just like hearing Sir talk.
What? Me?
Yes.
Ah. I will endeavor to continue to provide articulation of myself for you so that you may continue in your enjoyment the way in which I speak.
Okay. I guess. Oh, fucking holy shit. All right, Lazuli.
Dad jokes.
Anything from you, Lazuli?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be just walking behind, and it's just Echinacea and I who are kind of trailing. Echinacea, I'll try to like perceive what they're feeling.
Okay. Give me an insight check.
Nice.
I'm not hiding anything.
Yeah.
That's good because I got 3 + 5, 8. So I'm just like. Echinacea, you just see me blankly staring.
They look preoccupied. They look anxious. They seem to be going over something in their mind. Yep. General discomfort, uncertainty.
I guess we'll both just kind of be. I don't know. Yeah, maybe just walking.
Just walking alongside Echinacea?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alrighty. With that, you guys do arrive at the guard outpost within the Arms District. It is heavily secured on the outside, given the events of not only the Bright Fury murders, but today. There's this air of tenseness as everybody is aiming to keep this bastion as safe as possible. But given the visibility of your actions and you're residing within the estate, the guards let you in, no problem. You are met by a front desk where there's an elderly, and I mean elderly, dwarven woman. She sort of looks. How can I help you?
Yo,
whatever that means.
If it's a type of temperature.
looks at Echinacea.
The victims from the hole in the wall. We wish to visit them.
All right. Well, if you wouldn't mind signing your names in these books.
They immediately look at Kaylin as they sign their name in.
Kaylin goes like.
They message him. Fuck it. As they're writing. So, it may be the case that I regained some of my childhood memories and recognized your surname. I don't know what that's about, and I don't know if you want to put that name here. That's up to you.
I think that is not the right idea to do, as you hear his natural Zendrixian accent come through your mind, through message. And there's an immediate recognition, as I imagine they're registering this quite visibly. He is just kind of, there's guilt on his face because he sees this as a deception, right? So there's an immediate sense of guilt, but then taking stock of this is not the time to feel bad about myself. I will not put Vryn. Selfishly, I did not want to lie to you in the lore keep, so I gave the name that I had. The name that I have had. But yes, you are not wrong in my nobility, and that is something that I should probably talk to a lot of you about, including Belen and Jen.
I think I would in your shoes. They'll just kind of shocked hand over the quill. Move.
He signs Kaylin Thompson.
Oh God.
Very good surname that he pulled, and there is a fleeting thank you.
Of course.
All right. And does everybody else sign their name? Okay.
Big letters.
Zio Marino, baby.
Zio
all right.
Marino.
You are all
I'm sorry. Anything?
Yeah, please.
I don't know who to inform, but this is the guard outpost. There will be a mothfolk living in the woods. He goes by Harold, and he will be living peacefully there, but I thought that maybe the Iothalor guard should know that.
Right. Yeah. Harold? Harrold?
Harold, like Herald of the Heavens, or something else.
Oh, it's a big
The Herald of the Forest.
Okay.
Yes.
Herald of the Forest is residing. You see this woman is writing in her notes. I'll give this to my commanding officer.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Roxanne, by the way.
Roxanne! Why that's so cute? Okay.
Sam.
This is the job she takes after she leaves the streets.
Yeah, this is her retirement job.
She's never putting on that red dress ever again.
No, never again. She can't.
She can't.
Okay, but she does write this down and is like, that is good to know. Okay, well, thank you for the information, and yes, you free to head back and investigate. I'm Dooney. Fuck.
You're
Damn it! Teeny.
Okay.
All right, and you as the group head back toward these bodies. Okay, what is your guys? What are you doing when you get in there? You can see Kalen is preparing his spell kit, just kind of preparing for Speak with Dead, as I imagine that is what you're intuiting. He does have access to it, but he is just
he's a cleric.
Yeah, so he is just preparing that. Why are there horses in here?
Nif brings Kaylin a bagel.
Thank you. Again, we are going to have a conversation about things.
Fair enough.
He breaks the bagel in half and hands the other half to you. Thank you. All right. Anything else before the Speak with Dead begins? Yes, Lazuli.
The body.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No. Lou just raised her hand.
This can I do like a history or nature check to see? They're from not Sunwall. Where are they from?
That is unknown.
These are the Zio's compatriots, right?
Yeah, but the Bright Fury above game, like the Bright Fury act all around Tolesh, so they could be from anywhere, but they were in Iothalor at the time.
What's the symbol of the Bright Fury?
It is a weight or like a scale with two flames sitting on each side. Zio actually has it on their their chest with their cloak.
I was wanting to druid craft some flowers to like rest upon them.
Okay.
But I wanted to like make sure, like, see if the flower was symbolic. So can I roll like any kind of like perception of like what's affiliated with the Bright Fury, or I don't know. I just wanted it to be.
I'll say, give me a nature check.
Okay. That sounds good. Button, these dice are cursed.
The ones I gave you? No.
I've been rolling under a 10 this entire time.
Stop rolling.
Every single. It's
Sorry.
okay. It's okay.
No.
That's a 6.
Unfortunately, well, and like there's also the sight of 3 dead bodies, so it is probably hard to kind of keep focus. But there is a Toleshan lavender plant that is common around the area, and you know that is something that would be reflective of these entities, this group that walk around the whole continent.
Is Druidcraft just visual, or can you? It's a sensory effect. Okay, so since I'm feeling like this overwhelming sense of death, I feel like I can't even conjure flowers. But I do remember that scent of lavender, and kind of, I don't even do a gesture, but just like you kind of see this slight snowfall, just really light flurries, and it smells like lavender, and it's just gently like touching the eyelashes and cheeks. And it's just this calming kind of blessing to the next realm. Just like, it's almost, cleansing doesn't seem right, but do you know, and there's just like soft, calming, snowy days. And it's just a way to like warm them, but they're dead, so like cooling feels like warming. I don't know. But yeah, it's just a remembrance, like a soft fall. And there's this soft smell of lavender.
No, I think that's beautiful. That's gorgeous. That is very beautiful. Yeah, all of you see is Lazuli, like almost outside of her person, just casts Druidcraft as this scent of lavender and this light snowfall sort of graces the bodies of these fallen Bright Fury members. Yeah, just this beautiful glimpse of remembrance. Absolutely.
Just gotta set the scene for some magic and shit. So it's almost snowing and kind of icy in the room, but not uncomfortable.
All right.
And there's the 3 of them, right?
There's 3 of them. Yes. So Kaylin will look. Sorry, finish what you were gonna say first, and then I'll go into.
I was gonna ask if the spell would have to wake them up individually, or.
So yes, he will say, I can cast this once, as I only have 1 3rd level spell slot remaining, and it's only 1 creature. So I figured we can get the information from one of them, ideally someone who looks as if they were higher rank, as they may know more, and then gain the information from that person.
They'd be able to only speak with you, or with...
As soon as the questions are answered, they will be back to resting.
When you begin speaking with them, start off with this. Our Burning Fury casts wide shadows.
That will be my verbal component for the spell. As he looks around the group of you and begins to cast, repeating those words that are so intrinsically tied to the Bright Fury Guild, as one of these, the eldest human man that you saw, he is wearing some accolades that show he is about the same rank as Tribe, which is fairly well-to-do. The companion that you met before your journey with these individuals here. The eyes slowly slip open, colorless and gray. Just a grim as the facsimile of breath finds its way to this creature. Kaelin's eyes are equally milked and dead as he is connected to this individual. And he sort of looks, and in this grim... No questions can be asked. You have 5 questions.
First and foremost, I think sensing the entire group's discomfort with what they've asked to do, Echinacea will whisper into Kaelin's ear, "What actions can we take to respect the bodies that remain as you step into the afterlife?"
All of you hear outwardly through both this dead man's mouth and Kaelin's, as it seems that Kaelin is acting as a vessel of their communication as well. Build a pyre. Say our names. Send us off in flame.
Do we have those names?
I will say above, not to soak a question from you guys, you'll be able to get the names from the city guard. I'm not.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that I'm not.
Who should we contact regarding the passing on of you and your companions?
Just for ease, they list off Try, who Zio knows, and then they list off family members, wives, husbands, children, and their locations. So a lot of them are, 2 of them are within the Scorched Isle, and then 1 of them is in Falkirk, within the Nations of Drifton.
Is anyone or any of those names from the Scorched Isles familiar to Zio?
I will say no.
No.
The names are not familiar.
And Echinacea will look to the group. I only have one more question. It's the one that will get us in trouble. Are you okay with me asking it? They asked to the group, not
Yeah.
Kaylin.
Yep.
Lazuli? What information did you have on the Sunwall Academy?
As the information becomes known to Kaylin, there's a visible shiver at this. Beyond aiming to secede from the trilateral governments, Sunwall is making allies with the Iron Legion of Josier II. It seems that once they've seceded successfully, they aim to mount an invasion of Calderall and Shenthir, respectively. And he goes on to say that the correspondence he received was from Headmistress Filgwyn Celto to the Iron Commander of the Legionnaire of Josier II, confirming that Sunwall has the Iron Legion at their back whenever they're ready. But you know that and I will say, just to give context, the secession is still in its infancy. This is a plan being laid early.
Mm-hmm.
So, and everybody hears that information, obviously.
If I may ask one question.
Sorry, wrong music. Yes.
Uh,
Because that's 3 questions, correct? So there are 2 more? Yep.
Who is this message being delivered to in the Bright Fury?
It had already seen our Grand Commander. We were working on sending it to the Thortail Guild within Iothalor, but we were intercepted.
The Thortail Guild.
And Kaylin, there's a tear rolling down Kaylin's face. All of you can see that.
So the Thortail Guild is here in
that is
okay.
there. Yeah, there is an outpost within the city, which was
Kaylin's
stated
a
earlier.
member.
Yep.
Yeah.
Niv very awkwardly will try to be physically comforting towards Kaylin.
Okay. It's difficult because he's channeling the voice of this dead man, so there's a bit of disconnection there, but he is taking it in. Yeah. But the name that is given for the
Grand Commander?
the Grand Commander of the the Bright Fury Guild. Jesus, my fucking brain is deado. is Karroth Stir. KHARROTH STIRR.
I'm assuming Zio is familiar with this name.
He is an old bugbear man who is the leader of the Bright Fury Guild. And then the name of the human who is head of the Thortel Guild is Jesus fucking Christ. Why?
Cool name.
His name is Jesus fucking Christ. Christopher, Kristopher. And his surname is
Robin.
yes.
Damn it, Button.
Fuck.
He has
I
a
picked
bear,
up, but I
buddy.
said the same thing at the same time.
He has a bear companion. He's actually a ranger.
No,
That's
his name is
perfect.
Christopher Elmsong. ELMSONG.
Darn, no
And there
bear
is-
companion who likes honey.
It
Damn
is damn. It is
Oh,
clear that there
Father.
is recognition in that name to Kaylin as well.
Mm-hmm.
And there is one more question.
Last question.
Anybody?
Oh, man. Zio would, if they would allow. This is under the impression that the Bright Fury doesn't really have any official headquarters
They do not, and you know
because
that.
they're always moving. So, where was Karroth either last located or headed to?
Oh, that's a good
Where
question.
you were being told to deliver this? Or
He was last located in the kingdom of Calderall in Nornthrum. We believe he was headed towards Seameat within the nations of Drifton. And I'll move us over to the continent map just to give visual. So he is currently, God, there's so many X's here.
we are here.
He was last seen here in Nornthrum.
Northrum. Okay.
And he is headed toward Seameat. So he is on
Real
this.
quick.
Yeah.
Those are both locations where planar bleeds have occurred, correct?
Correct.
Interesting. Okay.
Correct.
Headed to see. Got it. Okay.
And with that information given and that last question asked, the eyes close, the false breath leaves this creature as his eyes close and he is back to rest. Kaylin, his natural blue eyes coming back and sort of just... okay. Everyone got that?
Thank you.
Yes, of course. Sort of looks toward Nivien, who's offering that physical comfort, and just pats his hand on top of theirs. Thank you.
Nice work.
All right. Well, that was information that seemed very important, so happy to have helped. Well, what do you all have going after we do the burials?
I can help build the pyre, and then perhaps you'd like to come to my morality training.
I was going to say maybe we could all get dinner.
Sounds good.
Dinner sounds good.
My treat. Kaylin,
No.
he
it was our
wobbles a
treat.
little bit as like
Yeah.
this is a very intensive spell for him at this level. There's the shaking of almost this rigor mortis like effect in his person as he's so deeply connected to this entity. But you
He's
all
obvious. Sorry.
No, please.
He's obviously alive, but given that rigor mortis and that connection to death, I think Echinacea will just take his shoulders and cast Spare the Dying. Just this heat radiating through him until the rigor mortis fades.
That's lovely.
Absolutely. That take an inspiration point for that. That's incredible. There is this blush of life that immediately comes back to him upon this casting, and the warm touch of Echinacea as their connection to these flame-like entities naturally brings warmth.
Sir will step forward as well as they are doing that and just say,
Please?
You do look quite worn. If you would allow it, ritual ceremony is something within my capabilities.
Puts a hand on your shoulder, sir. I deeply appreciate that kindness, my friend.
Shall we find a place for this pyre, Zio?
Oh, I'm gonna cry. Oh no.
Where might be best?
If we're able to do it in the forest.
I will say it is easy enough for you guys to gather these bodies, including those you have. You're given a wagon, we'll say, and you're able to respectfully charter everybody out through the southernmost gate as you walk through the hills over here, upward down in Isle Thalor. You walk this path. Shade.
You're on the
I'm a bitch.
continent map.
Boom! There you go. Now you're not. This southernmost gate here, and you're moving toward this wooded area down south of the map. Shade back in the campaign again as he leads this carriage, this large, strong black stallion just marching forward as all of you. I will say, Zio, go ahead and give me a nature check. If anybody wants to assist, please let me know.
I think Niv would assist from Order of the Cleansing Flame background.
Okay. I was going to say, it's a similar process, these pyres, so go ahead and roll with advantage, Zio.
Okay. Just a 7.
With advantage?
with advantage?
Yeah.
Oh.
I rolled.
Can I give?
Oh, wait,
can I give
no.
Zio my inspiration?
It's a 10.
Okay, plus.
It was a 9 plus 1. A 10.
Okay, Button, you want to give them one of your inspirations?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take the inspiration. Sometimes advantage isn't enough.
That's better. 16.
Okay, that is way more than enough. You guys venture for about a half an hour outside of the city as you find this dry outcropping of land, well-spread trees, as you are not going to start a forest fire here. This seems like a place that has been used for ritual pyres as well. As we walk into this, sir, you are leading the ceremony. How do you begin this process? Sorry, yes.
Wanted to say beforehand that Zio would put 1 gold coin in each of their lips.
Okay, you do so, absolutely. Sir.
Is the pyre compiled? Like, is that something
I will say this is all together. Yes, we just for ease of time, you guys have spent the course. It is now encroaching on late afternoon, evening. The pyres have been built. You've all spent the time readying the bodies, including that of the ogres and the remaining moth folk. They are lined up next to each other, these 6 pyres. So yes, this is the point where the ceremony begins.
Zio, can you remind me the specific name of the order?
The Bright Fury Guild.
Bright Fury. Okay. I think as the bodies are laid along, which I assume is quite a long pyre.
Yes, absolutely.
And Zio plants the coins. It doesn't look like Sir moves. He simply stands there. And let me just check ceremony. And clasped, you see his hands kind of clasped behind his back in that sort of standard stature that he tends to have. But on close inspection, you watch him grind something in one hand in his palms, and tiny flecks of silver dust begin to flick from the kind of bottom of his palm, catching on the air as a breeze seems to come from nowhere. And as the pieces of dust kind of are caught on the wind, they begin to kind of blow outwards as Sir is staring directly at the pyre. And as Zio steps back, you begin to see those little flicks of silver begin to glow. First, that ethereal green, like embers on the wind when a fire sparks, but hundreds of them as they kind of float outwards, almost like dancing fireflies. And as that green begins to fade, it becomes an intense, bright light. The core of an ember of a flame. And they kind of catch and waft up these pyres and then settle down on them. And as each point of silvery burning light touches upon the fire where it touches, you see it begin to light. It's not a dramatic, it's not a pop, it's not aggressive, but a consistent lighting all along this immense pyre. And the energy, the light coming from this is incredibly bright and warm as you watch the entire pyre go up in flames.
Can I add to this beautiful thing that's happening? Echinacea would reach for Zio's hand, and if Zio doesn't pull away, they start tapping one of the drum beats they've heard Zio play during his jam sessions with Lazuli, and they cast Minor Illusion so that it starts to play this Scorched Isle rhythm. And you can do it 3 times, so they make this like tripart rhythm, this drum beat that just sounds like what they've heard of the Scorched Isles. They obviously have no context, but they kind of put their fingers under Zio so that Zio can lead them.
Can Lazuli join in with her pan flute?
Absolutely, yes.
I can try. Do I need to roll a performance?
With Echinacea and Zio kind of leading this, you roll performance with advantage, I'd say. Because Zio, are you aiding them and sort of like leading this, like giving them the rhythm?
Yeah, Zio is. I would say Zio is standing there very stoic, very still, which is rare for Zio, in rare form for them. As they're not looking away from the pyre. And they do lead the beat. Very stoic in the face, very straight in the face, but tears like rolling down their cheek.
I got a 16, but I'm gonna I'm just in the back, but just like little,
You absolutely follow along the tune that is being had and add this very beautiful and calm pan flute to kind of fill the flickering and crackling of flame, these drum beats that are resounding through this well-lit forest as the ceremony continues for as long as you wish to pay respects to these individuals. Over the course of time... Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, Zio speaks aloud, and I'm sure Echinacea will hear, and anyone else who's close by will hear. Are you there?
Give me a perception check with advantage, please.
I've been rolling like shit today, so we'll see. That's a 12. Oh, with advantage?
Yeah.
Okay. A 12.
Since I've heard this and I have another inspiration, can I give that to Zio?
Absolutely.
You're
Button's like,
too-
you get an inspiration.
You're
You get an
too
inspiration.
kind, Button. Oh, that's so much better. That's a questioning 20.
You see, as these winds pick up, the form of Isris leaving the forest line, walking toward this ritual. This tall, human-like figure made of foliage, twigs, logs, grass. You see his face for the first time. This very delicate, almost elven-like form. As he walks ahead, it seems as if you're the only one that can see him. His large hand wafts as the flame picks up, leaves falling around it, creating a physical representation of nature dancing to the tune of the song that is being played. Nature paying respects to those that have been lost here. And you hear, as this is being done, he has this large, mossy staff that he sort of, you can tell that alone exerted a lot of effort from him. He sort of lifts himself up, standing tall, about 10 feet. Very lithe, this figure. He looks at you, Zio.
They really do have value, don't they?
Zio is going to let go of Echinacea only because Zio starts walking towards the figure. And is sort of like hands reaching out. It almost looks like, I know no one can see the figure, but for the audience, it almost seems like Zio just looks like a child trying to reach out to a parent.
All of you see, Zio included, as the staff drops. Isterus' form is revealed to you all, as he drops to his knees and embraces you, Zio.
And just like very quietly says, I lied to her. I'm very angry.
I know.
You could sense it, couldn't you?
I know the secrets of your heart. I feel the pain that you feel. In that moment, they felt like family to me too.
All of you hearing this.
I believe Sir leans towards Nivien and just goes,
I believe that is a god.
I think you're right.
Sort of leans down towards you, Zio.
Find warmth in the life they've lived. Know that their winds may have stopped in this world, but they soar in others.
I'm happy that you felt it too.
Large oak hands across, filling the space of the side of your head. Isterus looks toward the group.
You are valuable. Thank you for showing me something different and for keeping them safe.
And reaches for the staff as Isterus pushes himself up, very weakly. The groans he's releasing sounding like old trees on a harsh wind.
Well, it is a pleasure to meet you all.
He slams the staff into the ground and apparates into fall leaves.
You all should count yourself lucky. He barely wanted to speak with me the first time he met me.
Who was that?
Just a friend. I can't say his name out loud. He doesn't like me to say that out loud. I think mostly for his safety.
Is he unwell?
Life has not been kind to him, I think, in time. And he suffered a lot at the hands of humanity.
How did you befriend a god?
No? I think I just kept talking one day. And he answered.
That worked on me too, I suppose.
Sir looking for him. Fuck the fuck?
Where?
Where? Okay.
Just happy to see that he gave them his blessing on their way to the next life. Feels like he's accepting a little bit more. We should head back. I'm hungry.
Okay.
Start talking about.
There's a pub called
Saltbug?
Saltbug. She checks her map.
Kaylin's like, well, that's where Bellin, Jen, and I are staying, and it's quite lovely. The pyre comes to its natural conclusion as this ritual is completed. And we're going to take one more break here, and then we'll come back for dinner and definitely a show. So I got some fun stuff planned. But we will see you guys shortly. Thank you for tuning in to this special brunch time edition of Known Realms Tolesh. We will see you guys in just a bit. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to No Realms Tolesh. I swear to God, it's going to be happy at some point. We are finding the group headed toward, I believe, the Saltbug Tavern. So, chance for any conversations that are want to be had here. Now's the time.
Josh.
Can I come back in, Alec?
Yeah. What? I don't
You
know.
told me to get the fuck out, and then I did a really funny bit, but nobody noticed it.
Oh no!
We thought you were getting tea.
Oh!
You said, "Oh, I need to get tea."
That's still. I gotta go do that later. Hey, sorry.
Nope.
It's the governor.
You're within the city. Any conversations anybody wants to have whilst walking to the Saltbug? Got it. Okay.
I think, yeah, Echinacea is silent because they're taking in everything that was that. Between Sir's ceremony and the reveal of Isterus, I think they're a little stunned.
That makes sense.
It's somber.
It's somber in this piece.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, all of you eventually do, at Kalen's lead, enter the Saltbug Tavern, which is quite boisterous and jovial, a stark contrast to the mood of the day that you've had so far. There are people sharing drinks. You do see Jen and Bellin at a table shooting cards with groups of individuals.
Do they have food?
They do, yeah.
Yeah, Sio goes over there and immediately starts eating their food.
Hey, get the fuck out of here! No! I paid for that! Leave! You little rat! Get out! Yeah.
In repayment, as Echinacea walks past, they'll glimpse down at the other person's card and just message Jen what they are.
You see as she immediately goes,
I just really, why did that take so long for me to get? I was card.
cards! But you see after a moment there is a slam, a confident slam from Jen. All right, show me your hand, you prickly fuck. Go ahead. And it does. It's not as good as Jen's. She wins the pot and is like, fuck you! I'm a god! Okay. But Kalen is just sort of like, table for 6, please. Room for 8, though, just in case my compatriots wish to join us. Sort of. This very happy halfling woman, of course, happily will be able to do that for you. There's a large circular booth that you guys all sit in, and skipping past the boring parts, you absolutely get menus, you absolutely order food, it's on the way. whatever it may be. But yeah, you guys are all sitting and enjoying each other's company. Scene is yours.
So, what's next for us then?
In what sense?
Are we gonna
We did
stay
have-
here? Oh yeah.
We did have prior objectives and obligations. Northwards, no? Although we need to wait for Lazuli's companion.
Yes, and before we head northward, Lockhinge, I believe, first, which is southeast,
Whoops.
right? Yeah.
There's also that hag.
She is also right outside of Lockhinge, yes.
So, how much longer should we anticipate staying in city?
Enough for Lazuli's. I'm sorry, what is your relationship to this individual?
He's my uncle.
Your what?
My uncle.
What is an unkin? Another form of temperature?
I would say quite warm, but with frost on the edges.
That
I
made
am-
me more confused.
Yes! Unkin.
Like a mentor or a teacher.
Oh! Wonderful.
Yes. Yeah, he should probably be here soon. I do feel like time will also probably bring up more obstacles and maybe help us sort out what's priority. Do you all feel equipped to have that conversation now, or would you like to get something on your bellies?
I do not eat.
You can put it on your bed.
Zia's just like patting. Zia's just like patting their belly, just like.
Sir, I noticed when we were running to the estate that you seemed to leave your armor for a moment.
Yes. I had a conversation with my friend Harry Outen. And it would seem that the me is the me in the mist.
That was so Heideggerian. Okay. The me is the me in the mist. So you are separate from the armor. This green is your essence.
Somewhat, yes. It seems the armor is affixed to me, though I can depart from it. Like one might a coach.
Does it hurt?
Hmm?
Does it hurt?
No. It feels strange. Like my grasp upon this plane is a little further from my reach, though some of my magic does that as well, so.
Is there a way you could show me your hand? Just your hand. From the... Yes, perfect. So are you showing me your spectral hand?
You would like to see my
glove?
spectral hand?
Yeah.
Well, that's a question for Alec. I try.
Give me a constitution check.
Natural 20 before. That's the second one tonight.
Absolutely. Yep, go for it.
These dices are kissing.
Okay. So Lazuli's going to reach out and kind of like hold, or attempt to hold Sarah's like hand and just see what she can perceive or feel, or what do I need to... Arcana?
Yeah.
Or...
Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
I don't know why I said Arcana, because that's not what I'm good at, but, let's see.
It's an honest question. I like it.
That's a questioning 20 is just like what other people would say, like a dirty 20, or is that all just, then a questioning 20.
It seems like a form that is mutable only by Sir. You can tell that there are points where it is corporeal and then very quickly incorporeal. Yeah, I don't know. In your experience, you've seen nothing like it. So even with a 20, it is hard to garner what this is. It makes you think reminiscent of ghosts and other spectral beings. But the fact is here that like this has form. and it is mutable by Sir. So there's a bit more to it than that. He's able to make it solid and call the armor to it, and there's a lot more autonomy for Sir here.
So this is a substance that's common in the Shadowfell, right? Or is the manifestation of the Shadowfell?
That has not been discussed.
Because he's from there, right? Or like this is where
that is where his tether was. To the
and which is, it's kind of like the opposite of the, whenever we're looking at the planar map, like the Feywild is above and the Shadowfell. So are they mirrors, or so are those substances, I wonder, like parallel in any way? Are they completely like even further apart than, I don't know. That's what she's kind of contemplating
Lazuli,
and trying to
see.
see.
Look on your face that seems like 800 possibilities are crossing your mind at one time.
How very perceptive of you. None of the possibilities seem to stand true at the moment, but thank you for letting me see.
Of course.
Yeah, it is it is clear to gauge that whatever Shadowfell magic was present in Sir's form has given way to Sir's form. So that connection is not there, if that makes sense. It seems as if that Shadowfell essence is fading from him.
Okay. I'll say that. I'll relay, like...
You just say that openly to the table?
Yeah, from what I can tell, he came from the Shadowfell, but he is not made of that substance now. So he is Sir. Not, like I am made of the Feywild stuff, right? But he's Sir.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, I was just trying to finish that sentence. I don't know how to end it. Go for it.
In my reading yesterday, it was stated by the scholar, Ivana Yue, that tethers can be severed from planes via exorcisms, or resolving unfinished business, or completing the terms of a pact, or by having the being, the creature or the person responsible for creating the tether, sever it themselves. The difficulty is knowing what has happened here. It seems, Sir, you were pulled into the Shadowfell outside of Ilinbel, far to the north, and yet you were brought back here. Does that seem like an exorcism, Alec? Or something else?
Give me an investigation check.
18.
Okay. 18 altogether.
Yeah.
This very much seems like an exorcism.
So, we know that the Elder Revardine, when he lived in the Whittemore Estate, had a workshop where the tea garden now resides. We don't know what he did in that workshop, but we know that an entity bound to the Shadowfell far from here was brought out of the ground here and severed that connection from the Shadowfell. That suggests to me that some sort of exorcism has occurred, but it's still very confusing. But it also suggests to me that a similar exorcism is planned for a different entity. This silence that you have talked about, Lazuli, connected to those cultists with the one-eyed mask.
I don't think I fully know enough to make any conclusions. But maybe Ashore has more information. I'm not sure. She's just like flipping through all of her notes, just still not fully comprehending things yet.
These are heavy topics at the end of a heavy day. Perhaps we focus on something more light. Lazuli, what is your fondest memory of this unkin of yours?
My fondest?
Yes.
Oh my. Roll for memories? Sorry. Like, let's see.
This is also stuff that you can kind of cook up on the fly if you want to.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Roll for memories. That's right.
Sorry, Lou, I put you on the spot.
No, you're fine. Why, we have many a night of just telling stories. And it's hard to name many, but also, I guess whenever I get to pick my room at his home, that was very fun.
Pick your room.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a large estate?
I would say so.
And so you did not always live with this unkin?
Yes, but that does remind me. She takes out her bag of holding, cracks it open. I got some things. I didn't get anything for everybody because you didn't ask. But I did. She brings out a tri-corner hat and plops it on Zio's head. There you go. Tucks it on down. Gets down below your eyes. Although maybe the rips for the horns. Perfect.
Wait, what is it? White hat.
I thought it would look nice for you. He was trying to get him to laugh.
Lazuli pulls a dog out of her bag.
At least we have a puppy. Now I have to go back to my shopping list because I forgot what I got. Because I thought I got more things. And then here's your these kits that I promised you.
Bork.
Bork. The dog is
the box seeker's going haywire for some reason. I don't know what's up with this thing. Let's see. I got some other things too. I know I've got some spell components. I could give some to Echinacea.
Zio's just looking at
if that's something that you want, because I know you mentioned maybe potentially trying to create for yourself. And so here are some components that you could, I don't know, fiddle around with.
Thank you.
Ow, and it hurts. Box seeker. Sorry. Let's see.
More like Bark Seeker.
the bark seeker.
That's funny. I have to.
You should call the box seeker Griffin.
Honestly.
Good name.
Focus. She's digging around, looking for things. She pulls out some obsidian, and she's like, "Would either of you guys want this? Reminds me of you, Niv."
In that case, I will treasure it. Thank you.
Here's a rope.
Nivien just gave the holiday gift I'll love it always.
We just became finds pretty rocks, keeps pretty rocks.
Yeah.
I can't believe Lazuli is pebbling. Just bringing us pebbles.
And then, sir, I don't know what you quite need. You are yourself an item, let's see here.
That is not the way to talk about someone.
Well, the armor.
He's not.
Oh, I see.
Let's see. She's digging around. Is there anything that you would like to do? You said you went to an armorer. How was that?
Yes. Delightful.
Can you alter your form to like upgrade it?
I do not know. But you do not need to provide me with a gift, Lazuli. You have done enough already.
She
That
takes out an emerald.
noise is disconcerting.
This reminds me of you. It's an emerald. It's green. There you go.
Oh, thank you very much.
I love you. You're so cute.
So cute.
And
Ding, 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 ding.
with that, food is delivered.
Oh.
All of you, Kaylin is sort of taking in the vibes of everybody, just having these conversations as he's just sitting quietly and just sort of taking it in, like he's enjoying the noise. But
Kaylin,
yes,
you've done a great deal for us, and you've put a great deal of effort into teaching me spells. Could I do the same for you?
I don't know if I'll be able to learn, but I'd be happy to try. Magic is a mutable and deeply complex thing, so maybe it's possible. I'd like to see if it is.
I'd also like to repay you. Would you like to fight me?
No.
All right.
Nivien, okay, I think we're gonna have this conversation now. Yes, Echinacea, I would love to learn the spell. Nivien. I'm a human being. Being referred to as a meal, especially in public, is a bit disheartening.
I'm sorry for offending you.
No. I believe that I got lost in the idea of what we had done in private.
Understand.
Now,
I think Niv is gonna get up and go to the lore keep.
okay.
Where are you going?
Books, and quiet.
Oh. Also, is there like a piece of like charcoal or some like something to write with very quickly?
Sure.
Zio would lean over to where Echinacea is, and like I don't know, on like a random piece of paper or something, maybe even on the table if it's like charcoal and he can brush it away.
Yeah.
Zio would write Isterus. Would just wipe it off the table.
They pull out their little copper wire and just message to him. Thank you for trusting me. I know I told you about the god who spoke to me, and I haven't really told anyone else. Her name is Mistra.
I just fucking remembered that I have awakened mind. Could be sick.
Hey, that mind just awakened right now.
It woke up. Mistra. Interesting. I'm sure she's very nice too.
Very friendly. Isterus seems... He seemed like he was in pain.
He's a little curmudgeon.
Pain can make people into curmudgeons.
Oh, yes.
Well,
I'm
if
doing
ever
my best. I'm doing my best with him.
anyone can change a god, I think it's you.
I think God are just like people. They've just been around for longer. And because they've been around for so long, they kind of lose sight of what it's like to just live. They forget how to live and just exist.
Could you tell me more about that sometime?
Sure.
It's been a very exciting 8 days of living
It's only been 8 days? Oh, well.
that I can remember.
Here's to 8 more. It just like clinks Echinacea's like cup, even though this conversation has been happening like in their brains. They're just staring at each other. Or like Zeus.
TPK confirmed 8 sessions.
TPK 8, yeah, 8 days
now,
from
yeah.
now. It's like the ring. Thank you for the sentiment, Zio.
Okay. Love that. You guys drink to it. Sorry, Josh.
Nivien!
Is gone.
Where did Nivien go?
Did they say?
They did say.
They did.
Kaylin speaks up. I believe I offended them, and I feel deeply
Oh,
sorry.
how did
for
you do that?
He didn't want to be called a meal.
I don't think you offended them. I think they're just embarrassed. Plus,
I will go retrieve them.
I think we
I'm not
also
eating anyway.
we all owe you an apology if that bothers you.
I will tell them that.
Sorry,
Enjoy
Kaylin.
your food.
I do not apologize. Thank you. So we will follow Sir as he goes to find Nivien. But Nivien, you are just walking to the Lore Keep. What are you doing in this time?
Talking to the Crimson, whether or not they answer is up to them.
What do you say?
What is the morality of gods? Are gods capable of morality? Are you a god? I've seen one now. You're not unlike.
No, I'm not a god. As I said when we met before, I have aspirations.
Why?
I see vampires as my children.
Sly was your child?
She still is.
Is that living deliciously?
Yes. What she did? Yes. I sense that this bothers you, Nivien.
It does.
Why?
You can take life while still respecting the living.
No, you can't.
Is that not how it's done in nature?
No, because that is inherently selfish. It's to survive. You put yourself above others to live. I sense conflict within you.
There is power, and then there is the misuse of power.
Do you believe Sly misused her power?
I believe Sly has gotten carried away.
It's a bold assumption.
Is that what you expect of me?
I expect you to do only what you desire.
And if it is not like Sly?
That is fine. Blood must be shed, all the same.
It is unavoidable. Do you have regrets?
Yes?
About what you are?
No.
About
I was
what?
born the way I am. My blood gave life to your kind. In the darkest days of this world, I am ancient. All I know is what I am.
There is a stability to you, a stillness that Sly does not have.
Sly is young.
She used to have it. Now they are unstable. The more steps they took towards you, the less she seems herself.
And that concerns you. You wonder if that path waits you.
I want more power to become more of myself, not less.
Power is changing, always. For better or for worse. Depends on your definition of those words. And the parts of yourself that are exemplified by power.
That is why I'm going to the Law Keep.
Well, I will not disavow what Sly has done, as she is allowed to choose how she uses her gifts.
If you do not demand that level of cruelty, then I will stay in this way with you.
There's an uncomfortable silence that lingers. You can feel the presence still there.
Does that disappoint you?
No. It intrigues me.
I am self-aware enough to know that I am a dog. I've been trained. My brain has been made malleable by many different hands. And now I'm choosing who takes shape, who sculpts me. And I would invite you to that as well. But not alone. Would you reveal yourself to my kinsmen?
No. They have not earned my visage.
And I will ask you things privately, like this.
I will answer when able.
I am honored by that.
And not all gods are selfish, but I've encountered a few. The presence fades.
Sir, give me an investigation or perception check whilst looking for Nivien.
Nivien! Ooh. Either way, it's +1. That's a 14.
And Nivien, are you being stealthy or are you just moving about the city?
Just scrunkling, so you can find them.
Okay. I will say fairly close to the lore keep, sir, you spot Nivien walking strunkily through the city streets.
Hello! Nivien!
Oh. Hello, sir.
I thought I might join you. I apologize.
stared off into the void for some time during that conversation and seem to have missed your absconding, but you had articulated the want for a conversation.
Yes, I have many questions. I'm only now beginning to shape them, but perhaps you can start by recommending any books of literature, any codes here that we might find.
I cannot. I don't know the names of any books or literature, save the ones that were apparently fictitious narrations of my exploits had I not deceased.
And the Ebony Code, is that ingrained in you, or is it something that you remember being taught?
I think hard, Alec. Do I remember the code of the Ebon Knights?
Give me a history check. Jesus.
History. I think I'm -1 on history. Yeah, 13.
They do not come to you at this point, no.
I am deeply sorry. I do not seem to be able to recall them.
There's no need to apologize. I'm being quite selfish with your kindness, but perhaps you can keep me company while I look.
May I posit a question for you as you look? Why do you keep looking to others to define what is right and wrong for you?
It is not that I don't trust myself, but it is that I do not trust what I may become. And my hope is that we could build some sort of muscle memory here, so that if I take too many steps in the wrong direction, you and I will have built a recognition here.
Absolutely, I am happy to train that muscle memory, but I do believe the question still stands. You may not trust yourself, but you are asking the question in this moment, which means you care, which means what do you now, in this moment, believe to be right and wrong? Pick a topic. It doesn't have to be one deeply traumatic, though if that is easier. Sly's behavior.
I mean, assassination in general, like, you've killed people. Together, our blades have filled crimson rivers, and yet I know you've not done it wrongly.
When I must take a life. Let us talk about that then, I suppose. And he is deeply contemplative. He doesn't have these answers like a textbook or something that is, this is just a subconscious thing that he acts upon. It isn't something, and this is perhaps why he keeps asking you these questions. He doesn't constantly think on it, save for today where it had to be. But even in that regard, it was on behalf of another being, right? But he looks to you and he says, misstep. As I said, I have made a mistake very recently, accusing somebody of something that they did not do. So there must first be grace for yourself and your mistakes. Zio does not operate among the same code as I do, and I do not expect him to. There's also grace for him to make mistakes, just as there is grace for me to make mistakes. And you can see he's sort of articulating thoughts as they come to his mind. But in regards to the justifications of taking a life, that is more severe. And when you take a life, you are inevitably causing harm. On the battlefield, you could kill an individual who has a family. So to take a life requires consideration, thought, something that is not always attainable in the moment of conflict. Instinct is important, like you've said, muscle memory, but I think what it boils down to is having the faith in your convictions to stand by them, and having the grace to step away from them when they are wrong. You are already doing that, Nivien.
I think Niv just hugs her.
Oh! He kind of like puts a metal arm around him. Clang, clang, clang. I suppose really it's just about thinking about it. Are you... Are you well, Nivien?
I am sad. I will be.
Shall we carry on to the Lawkeep?
Yes. Thank you.
I have yet to go. I've heard much of it.
I think you also noticed that Niv took a few notes on that conversation. right near the hash marks of who may be or may be not a god. When to not take a life.
Yeah, you guys finish this conversation and head toward the Lore Keep. We will jump back to the crew within the Salt Bug. The energy is kind of dying down for the evening, and this is where I will say, does anybody else have big plans for the night? Because we're kind of wrapping up the evening, and we'll pick up in the morning tomorrow. So I know that some people have plans. I would love to know what those are, just so we can touch on those.
I'd like to teach Kalen a spell.
What spell?
That's up to him. It takes 2 hours, so this they want to find like a space where he could work.
Yeah, he takes he offers the room that he has, and if anybody wants to come as well, obviously this is a process that takes time. You sort of do you offer your spell book for him to look through?
They do.
Sort of.
Quick question, does anyone else accompany?
No. Okay.
I don't think there.
All right.
Okay. Then they will broach that conversation.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah. So you do. I'll say at this point, then you guys are up in Kalen's room.
Okay. So while you're looking through those, and feel free to ask me about any of them. None of them are. These are all ciphers, right?
Yep.
And Echinacea's ciphers for their spells are this botanical codex, and it's a bunch of indexes of coincidence buried in null ciphers of botanical diagrams and relevant formulae for different concoctions.
Oh,
so it just looks like a medical textbook.
I love that. Oh, that's so good. He's sort of just looking through. He points at Shield. I am often concerned that I'm going to be smattered, like when those moth folk graced me with their talons.
That is a very valid concern, and I like this spell very much. This spell is winter berries, which in the language of flowers are protection and luck.
Yes.
So Shield, when it is cast, he can kind of see that there is a sub-cipher where it's essentially like this nihilist substitution, and I imagine he's a smart boy enough, he can pick out
Yeah,
that
definitely.
this is the text for shield.
Okay.
So this will take 2 hours. They'll hand over 50 gold as well, and is expensive.
He pushes 25 gold back, puts his own 25 down.
Okay.
It's a group effort.
A group effort.
All of Alec's NPCs are the person at dinner who won't let you pay for dinner.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt.
So they will assist him in the copying down of this text. And a lot of it after, like, I imagine he'll have to roll, but after, like, an initial intelligence check, it's just a lot of, like, boring copying, right?
Yeah, well, and you can see that he is parsing out what is written in front of him, the way that Echinacea breaks down spells, and he is imploring that combination of arcane and divine magic that you guys had discovered when he started teaching you spells. So you see he is kind of creating his own... what languages do you speak?
Celestial, Common, Draconic, Elvish, Primordial, and Sylvan.
Okay, you can see that this definitely looks like an offshoot of Elvish. You imagine it is his native Undercommon. As he begins these long, drawn out, and I will roll his check now. It looks
Can
like
I give him advantage?
Yeah, please,
Since I'm
absolutely.
helping?
Yeah. Okay. Natural 20. Natural 20 on the boy. So,
Hey!
Oh, yeah.
you're able to see over the course of this 2 hours, he is deep in focus, but he is still like, Kalen's Kalen, so he's like checking in with them. He's like, was dinner good? And like, he's just making sure that they're...
Yeah, I think they refuse to, like, distract him from it, so I think they'll just re-guide him to his work every single time. And while he's working on this, they will just pull out a book of ciphers that don't yet have spells attached to them and work on that as well.
Okay.
But as the end of the 2 hours approaches, they will look down at what I imagine is Undercommon.
Yep.
Could you teach me that?
The language.
Yes.
Sort of takes a breath in. I can definitely do that.
And do you want to talk about that?
Yes.
You haven't told Belen or Jen.
It truly has never come up. We met and we've immediately started working together. The work has been the bulk of our relationship. There's not been a lot of time getting to know me more deeply. And I think I did that intentionally.
It is fair to want to protect yourself.
I selfishly wanted to protect them too. I thought that them not knowing may grant some sort of blanket of safety if my past ever reared its head. Though I don't think it would.
Why is that?
I am the youngest in a big family. My mother, one of the 8 matriarchs of the Vryn dynasty. I fled Zendrix when I was but a teenager. 14. There was a man in our dungeons, Christopher Elsong. late at night when family was asleep or doing things, I would sneak to the dungeons and talk with people who would want to talk to me. Christopher was one of them. He told me about Tolesh. He told me about the Thortel Guild. He told me about the life I had always wanted. So for a bit of time, we worked on a plan to escape. And it worked. In the dead of night, on my 14th birthday, broke Christopher out, commandeered the ship, and we sailed. I was not directly in line to lead anything, but I did not want the opportunity to have that responsibility. I am not a leader like that, and I have issues with the way my family's government is run. So during our months-long voyage, he taught me a Toleshan accent.
It's very good.
I think I will stop using it.
I do like this.
In this moment of safety, you see as behind him, this arcane blue begins to whir as a large spectral tower shield is formed.
Oh, like
as Kalen
never mind, he cast
shield for the first time. It is tall with the icon of God, what's the Ioun? Jesus, with a crescent moon surrounding it. Small accents of webs toward the top corners. This flame-like imagery surrounding it.
And we're 400 years in the past from Insafe, so that moon has no context.
That moon has no context here.
You did it.
He's like,
it's beautiful.
Surprised he looks back, sees the shield, and is overwhelmed with emotion. As he looks down at what is now his spell book. As when he levels up, he will take his first level in Paladin.
Oh, you're so...
And he sort of... I did not think that I could... Thank you for helping me. This is good to know, that I can do this.
I think a lot of magic is far more mutable than we've been led to believe.
That seems to be the truth. Thank you
for trusting. Oh,
oh no.
Thank you for trusting me with this.
Thank you for being trustworthy. I would like to sit with everyone and inform them about this as well, probably tomorrow.
That's very brave.
I'd like to move into Lockhinge with nothing but honesty.
Zia will be very proud. I think everyone else will be too.
Thank you. two of you just sit in this very, very palpable appreciation of one another and the realms of magic and what can be learned and how mutable this art form really is.
Yeah, they bother him about all of the higher level spells they can't learn right now.
Yeah, one day spend time talking about like remove curse and things of that nature. Yeah, absolutely. And anything else for the night with anybody?
I don't have to RP it, just gonna check on Lucian, make sure he's not dead.
He's not dead, he is asleep, very heavily passed out, but physicians within the estate have cleaned up his stitches and made sure he is alive and well. All right.
Good. They'll leave that book of ciphers on the table.
Perfect. Noted. And with that, our evening will end. And we will pick... Everybody go ahead and take a long rest. As we will awake in the morning. All right.
Oh, my beautiful spell slots. You're back. I missed you.
As the morning arises, Lazuli, I would like you to make me a perception check with advantage, please. You have inspiration. 18. Bork.
It was 3 and 4 previously.
Jesus Christ.
That was a 13, but look, they have +5 on. Okay.
You wake in the morning to not only the grace of the sun, but a very familiar sound of draconic wings. As on your balcony, just above it, you see the soaring, long, elegant form of Ishror circling the estate as he drops, his form shifting, as dragons in this world are not only draconic beings, they are also shape-shifting primordial entities. He lands on his feet quite gracefully. He stands elegant, sharp, very elven in appearance, a large, hawkish nose, deep, very kind silver eyes, long, stark silver hair braided to create some volume, these blue, silver, and white robes in front of you as his hands are sort of clasped together in front of him. He's already welling with tears. He's just... Hello, sweet girl. It is good to see you.
So is he on my balcony?
He is on your balcony, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna like tumble into him.
Okay.
It's like a poof of gold and like blue dust.
You wrap around his waist as he hugs your back and just sort of... I believe we have a lot to talk about.
She's like, yeah. She just woke up and now she just seems tired. She's like, me too. I got your tea set though.
A tea set. That is quite lovely. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, are you ready?
For what?
To talk to your friends. And to talk to you about the things I've come to inform you about.
She like kind of like readjusts her vest and she's like, yes. And she does her little like twist.
All right.
And then leads to Elizabeth's office.
Okay.
Or I don't know where everybody is. We're just walking around.
You are in the hallway, so you can knock on people's doors if you like.
Sure, yes.
Okay, you knock on everybody's doors. Guys, you awake to knocks on your door.
Good morning, Lazuli.
Good morning.
You all see the awkward dragon man standing behind her.
My uncle is here. Save the day.
I have not come to do that, but I've come to have conversations with you all. Hello. He's very awkward.
Hello.
There's deep reverence as he looks at you, Echinacea. He just... Good to see
Hello.
you.
We do not have to have the conversations in the hallway.
No.
Good.
So she's like tromping down, like looking for a place to set up some tea
Okay.
and have conversations.
I imagine you head to Elizabeth's office, which you're allowed to do, and begin to set up for this conversation. But this is a conversation that we will start with next time. All right.
Your dad.
My
We
dad.
all settle in, and that is where we will end today's session of Known Realms, Tolesh.
He sounds so lovely.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you guys for hanging out and tuning into this brunch time session of Known Realms. It's a lot of fun. Thank you for being here. We're going to outro our players, starting with Angie.
Hello, my name is Angie, Agonethetic on social medias, they, them pronouns, and you can find me here on Sundays playing Zio Marino, the Tiefling Rogue Warlock. And also if you're interested in listening to a urban fantasy podcast, I urge you to please listen to the Night Shift podcast. Our full first season is out. We are